call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock. And we would like to inform all board meeting attendees that this meeting is being live streamed and archived for access at any time by our community members on the internet within 24 to 48 hours of the meeting's conclusion. This meeting is open to the public in accordance with Phase 4 Bridge Phase guidance issued by the Illinois Department of Public Health and the Illinois State Board of Education. Individuals are required to wear a face covering at all times while in the building, including during the meeting. The capacity in any room is limited to attendees being spaced a minimum of 6 feet apart. A COVID-19 screening will be conducted for all attendees. Prior to our reciting the pledge tonight, we have one other item. It is with great sadness that we share that Leo Imbery, a Kaneland bus driver, passed away unexpectedly on Thursday, May 13th, at 78 years of age. Mr. Imbery began working in Kaneland in 2003 and retired in 2018. After retirement, Mr. Imbery came back to drive a bus route in order to help the district. He was well liked by all colleagues, as well as any Kaneland student who came in contact with him. Mr. Imbery's service was yesterday. Our thanks go out to our transportation and maintenance staff for their support through this difficult time. Please join me in a moment of silence in remembrance of Leo. Okay, thank you very much. And we will now rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And a roll call when you're ready, please.
Mrs. Witt.
Here.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Carey.
Here.
Mr. Mankowski.
Here.
Mrs. Simmons.
Here.
Dr. Lawler and Mrs. Junk are absent.
Right, and we are expecting Dr. Lawler soon. He's just going to be a little bit late. Okay. So, but we do have a quorum with 5 members present. So, is there any board member that would like to move something from the consent agenda to new business? Anything? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. The approval of the agenda tonight is as presented. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Carey.
Aye.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mrs. Witt.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. We'll move on now to the board and superintendent salutes.
Yes, thank you, President Witt. The first salute we have tonight is also in honor of Leo Imbery. As part of the very difficult and challenging situation last week, we'd like just to take a second to recognize several members from the maintenance department, the transportation department, the administration, and Kaneland High School, as well as Fox Valley Career Center. Unfortunately, with the tragic passing, there was while the event happened on campus, there were several campus workers, several campus employees who jumped right away and helped based on some of their training that they've received from the Fox Valley Career Center, and then also some of the supports from Kaneland High School, some of our social workers who came down to meet with staff throughout the day and in the following days. So I just wanted to especially note that and say thank you. Many times when there's challenges arise in the Kaneland community, having such a good community, we have a number of people that jump forward and help, and this was obviously another instance in which that took place. So also very appreciative for all of them, and would like to salute them. So thank you to all of those that helped in that very difficult and tragic situation. Our next salute, I would like to recognize or call Dr. Mumm up to the microphone. We have a staff member, Jillian Nove. We would like to take a second to recognize her for a job well done. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mumm.
Jillian came to me, late summer, early fall last year. She had been researching the concept of care closets. She definitely recognized that families were impacted by COVID or just general life sometimes in a variety of ways, and wanted to open a fully donated, fully open care closet where any family could ask for food item, a clothing item like a jacket or gloves, hygiene, toothbrushes, different items from across the district, and it be privately sent home with the student or to the family to pick up. She has always been an advocate for our families, and this is just another example of how she has done an amazing job serving, and I think we're closer to about 50 different families that have been serviced across Kaneland School District. So a huge kudos to Jillian Novay for the concept and bringing it to life, and I know she's put in endless hours fulfilling the needs and finding items and really making the connections for our families. So if she'd like to come forward to get her certificate.
Thank you, Ms. Novay. Next, Mr. Raleigh, if you'd come up to the microphone. We're going to, if you look on the screen, you'll see our Kaneland graduate profile, which Mr. Raleigh will talk about in a second, and the creation of it and recognizing a few of our students. At our next board meeting in June, one of our primary topics will be talking about the Kaneland graduate profile and how it relates to Kaneland Connects, our next strategic plan. And as we typically roll out a new strategic plan and share with our community, it's always great to have a graphic that captures it. And I think you'll see it more and learn more about it, but this graphic is unbelievably well done, and it's a few students that we're going to recognize for it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Raleigh.
Thank you. When we started this process, it was pretty neat to see the group that came together, and I know that districts across the state will often bring in outside consultants to help write strategic plans, and this one was unique to Kaneland because it was all homegrown. And as we developed that plan and as we're getting ready to unveil it next year, we needed that kind of go-to brand and logo for our strategic plan. And as we grew that in-house with the people that helped write the language behind it, we turned to two of our Fox Valley students with some concepts and some ideas. And they came back with 3 different versions of what were all 3 really, really well done, professionally done graduate profiles, the visual image of those. We took that back to our administrative team and some different stakeholders and took a look at them and said, I really like this piece, but I would love to merge it with this piece. So Dr. Mum and myself went and visited these 2 young men in class and said, can you do this with this? Here's what we're thinking. And not very articulately do we share kind of the vision that we had. And without batting an eye, they said, yep, we can do that. They needed a little bit of time because on top of this beautiful piece of work, they were doing their regular coursework through Fox Valley. So tonight I did want to recognize Porter Conroy and David Gold for their outstanding work in developing the logo, the images, and just kind of that whole flow that goes with our graduate profile. I know Porter's here. David is a Fox Valley student. He attends the St. Charles School District, and I believe he is probably still celebrating his graduation this evening. He was hoping to be able to get here on time, but kudos to him for his work as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Raleigh, and congratulations, Porter and David. As you know, a strategic plan is generally a 4-, 5-, or 6-year plan. So we do plan to utilize this graduate profile. So this is something that Porter and David will know that for the next 4, 5, 6 years, this will be front and center, and their work will continue as a legacy left to our district. So Porter and David, thank you for that. Our last salute tonight is for the Dunham Foundation. If you're familiar with the Dunham Foundation, we've used it for several years for our Kaneland Arts Initiative, and they traditionally will fund the Kaneland Arts Festival each spring, and they reside out of Aurora, but fund different programs and projects across Kane County, and they, due to an endowment that they had that was left. And so we've regularly reached out to them based on some of the needs that we've had and based on some of the fits. And one of the things that we know that they've been working on over the last year, year and a half, based on some other requests that we've had that they have turned down for other things through the foundation. We know that they have shifted a lot of their focus to equity work. So as a result of that, we put in a grant to receive foundation dollars or Dunham Foundation dollars for our equity project that we're working on right now, that you've hopefully seen the emails and filled out the survey. And based on our request and their vision, they've 100% funded our consortium for educational change that we're using for this. So I do have a salute. They could not be with us tonight, but I will take this salute and I'll deliver it to them, to their offices in Aurora, and thank you for their support of the Kaneland School. So with that, I would like to salute the Dunham Foundation and thank you for their support of Kaneland Schools.
Great. Awesome.
And the last is a preview salute. In June, we'll have middle school and high school will be here. Based on what the restrictions look like, based on what the guidance looks like, we may or may not be able to have students attend, but we will be recognizing through the high school and middle school our winter and spring athletics and activity students that have stood out. So it might just be representing and sharing their accomplishments, or based on what the restrictions are, we might actually have some students that will be able to join us as their June availability allows, which is not always great, but we'll still invite them if it does allow. So we look forward to seeing and hearing more about our athletics and activities in June.
Great.
And that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Fuchs? Okay. So we'll move forward. This is the first opportunity of 2 opportunities for public comment tonight. The board values public input to inform our decision-making and to provide information and insight into what is happening throughout the district. Board meetings are held to conduct the business of the Board of Education and are required by law to take place in public. However, they are not public forums. We use the public comment section as an opportunity to listen to our stakeholders. For that reason, the board does not enter into a debate or respond to questions spontaneously or without proper investigation and deliberation. In most cases, concerns or questions requiring follow-up will be referred to the superintendent. If you choose to speak publicly, we do ask that you do so at the microphone, state your name and the village of residence or your association with us for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes or less so that all who wish to speak may have that opportunity. Public comment is a maximum of 30 minutes with a 20-minute total length of time for any one subject. You are encouraged to seek a private appointment to discuss matters concerning individual students or staff members. While public education can be an emotional issue, and understandably so, the board strives to maintain a certain level of decorum at the meeting. Those who speak are expected to maintain a tone of courtesy and civility. And we do ask people to sign in, and we have 3 people signed up to make comments tonight. And the first is Rainey Good.
There we go. My name is Rainey Good, and I am the president of the Kaneland Education Association. I also teach 6th grade here at Harder Middle School, and I'm a 27-year resident of Sugar Grove. This is my last public comment as the KEA president since my term ends on June 1st. I never imagined that I would be leading our association in the midst of such a time. On behalf of the KEA and its members, I would like to thank the Board of Education and the Kaneland administration for the collaboration over the last 15 months as we've all faced the challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic has put in our paths. We, as the KEA, have appreciated being part of the conversation around how to solve the problems of safety and learning in the midst of the obstacles and ever-changing guidance. We are so proud of our members and educational partners, as I know you are as well. In addition to my term ending, I would like to recognize Susan Axel, our KEA Chief Negotiator, who is also ending her time in that position. Susie has served KEA as the Chief Negotiator for 8 years, working with the district to negotiate 2 agreements and many MOUs in between. I can't express enough appreciation for the dedication and thoughtfulness that Susie has put forth for the educators in our district. It has been a privilege to serve with her. Lastly, I would like to introduce you all to the people who will be starting their new terms in these positions. Patty Reeder is the new KEA Chief Negotiator. She has been in our district for 18 years, and she teaches 7th grade math here at Harder and has 2 children in our district as a Sugar Grove resident. Patty has been part of the KEA leadership for several years. And Patty. Kendra Shoemaker is the new KEA president. Kendra teaches 4th grade at Kaneland John Shields and is a Sugar Grove resident. She's also been a part of our district in our teaching staff for 17 years. She's been a long-standing KEA leader, most recently as the vice president. I appreciate their willingness to serve as leaders who will be working with all of you in the coming months and years. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comments and for your service. The next person on the public comment list is Diana Book.
My name is Diana Book, and my son, after today, will be a 10th grade student at the high school. I'm a resident of Elburn, and I've been there for 22 years. Approximately 3 weeks ago, I received a letter from the school that said my son should attend summer school. I am a very big advocate of my son. All the teachers know that. All of the counselors know that. My son also has an IEP for ELA. So I contacted the school to find out why I received this letter and why I did not receive anything throughout the school year to tell me he was doing poorly, as the English grades are not posted. First, I was very angry with the case manager. I was very angry with the teacher until I understood your standard-based grading. For kids that are AB students, this grading might work. For kids that are on IEPs, they do not work. Kids on IEPs need to know where they stand at all times. They need to know what their grade is. They need to understand how to make it better, because this is a stepping stone for them. They work hard. They celebrate their successes. With this standard-based program, if you don't understand it, there are 7 standards that they have to complete. Until all 7 standards are completed, they don't know what their grade is. Their case manager doesn't know what their grade is. Their teacher doesn't know what their grade is. The last standard was administered last week, okay? So the last couple weeks, we've spent Saturdays and Sundays at the kitchen table trying to figure out how to bring up his grade. Thank you to Mr. Sirach, who's an amazing 9th grade English teacher, who spent his evening after his kid's ball game to go through my son's essay and tell him what he needed to do to fix the problem. I know he doesn't have time to do that for every student, but he said my son works hard, he works hard in class, but this grading system is not working for these kids on IEPs. Talk to Mr. King. Mr. King is your department chair. Talk to Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson is his case manager. Talk to Mr. Bodine. He does a small group in the classroom. They will tell you that this is not working. They are unable to follow their students and tell their students if they are succeeding or not. I shouldn't have to find out 3 weeks before my son is ready to go into another grade that he's not doing well, when every other grade he's doing great at, and I've followed all year long. I'm asking you, before you decide to go to this standard-based grading at every subject, that you need to assess this, and you need to talk to these teachers. I have, and they've been very honest with me, and it's not working. So that's all I'm asking, is if you could please, and maybe these kids on IEPs need a different grading system. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. But we're supposed to set these kids up for success. These kids are not failing because of their abilities. They're failing because of your system. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The last person on the list is Susie Axel.
Good evening, Susie Axel. For those of you that don't know me, I have been the chief negotiator for KEA for the last 8 years, and I echo what Rainey, what she said in her comments. And Rainey, it has been a pleasure serving with you as well. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Layden, Dr. Fuchs, Dr. Atkins, Dr. Mumm, Mr. Rowley, and all of the Board of Education for the continued conversations, for coming back to being always willing to come back to the table for conversations, even when it was difficult conversations. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment and for your service. There will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting for public comment. Moving on now, the consent agenda tonight contains the following action items. The approval of accounts payable and payroll for May 2021, the approval of minutes of the May 10th, 2021 regular meeting, the approval of resignations, terminations, and employment of staff, the approval of IASB annual dues, the approval of mobile classroom applications, the approval of the application of participation in ROE Safe Schools, the approval of student handbooks on second reading, and that is it. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Mr. Terry.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mrs. Witt.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We'll move on now to new business, and the first item is the Kaneland High School Master Facility Plan presentation.
Yes, thank you. Just for a little bit of a history lesson, back in December 9th, as you see in the memo, December 9th of 2019, the Board of Education directed the administration to begin the process. And so we formed a committee, and unfortunately, the committee work, it's been thorough work. It's just been pushed back and elongated due to COVID. So we were hoping to be here much sooner, but after a little over a year, we started in February, so a little over a year of work, we have progressed to the point for the presentation tonight. And so I know we have some guests with us, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Fuchs. She can introduce our guests and fill in any other details prior to the presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We are very excited to be here in front of the board tonight with the first draft of the master facility plan. The members of our committee, as listed in the board memo, have been working, as Dr. Layden mentioned, very diligently throughout this time, even with the challenges of COVID. At tonight's meeting, we have two primary presenters, Mr. John Maurer and Ms. Alyssa Menolacino. Sorry about that. And then Mrs. Maris, the Kaneland High School principal, and Mr. Payton, the Director of Buildings and Grounds, myself, Dr. Layden, and Ryan Carey were all serving on the committee. So once the presentation is concluded, I'm sure that the board may have some questions. We are all available to answer those questions depending on what the question is about. The goal or our plan, depending on what questions you have that are still outstanding after tonight, would be to bring back the results of those questions or responses to those questions, allow the board a second time for feedback and interaction, but then at the end of the June board meeting, at the end of that item, so we'll bring it back in June with that information, and at the end of that item, our goal is to ask the board to approve it, the plan, so that we can move forward and get started. So with no further ado, I'd like to welcome Mr. Maurer and Ms. Menolacino, sorry, Alyssa. And they are from Woldruck Pate Architects and have done a fabulous job guiding our team. So I think one of them is going to speak and the other is going to drive, maybe? Or are you sharing? Sharing?
We are going to share.
All right, very good. Welcome, and go ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fuchs. And I want to open by quickly expressing our gratitude for your faith in Wold to put this presentation together. Just quick background, we've been working with Kaneland 302 since 2006, so quite familiar with the district and really appreciate the opportunity to have done this study. We're going to go really quick tonight. There is a lot. I know everybody got the packet and saw the presentation, so that's why we'll make this presentation and want to come back to be able to address anything that occurs, if not answered tonight, that you might arise in the next month. We'll talk tonight a little bit about how the study was done. what we found in all of the various different studies. We'll talk about ideas for the building, ideas for the site. We're not going to dwell a lot on cost tonight because I'm sure you're going to have questions. And we'll just recap kind of where you go from here tonight. The importance of a master plan really is to create a roadmap so that as you begin to do changes or talk about changes to a building, you don't do something that prohibits a future possibility. So that's really what to keep your eye focused on here. As Dr. Fuchs and Dr. Layden discussed, there was a steering committee. We also had a subgroup with the administrative team and another subgroup with staff. So there was kind of stakeholder input all the way along, and with the steering committee even included board and community members. During the process of the study, we began by looking at the building and looking at all of the materials and equipment in the building, what we call LTFM, or looking at long-term facility maintenance items. We looked and established capacity for the building so that we know how many students this building really can hold. Important in this study because we're looking at a decreasing enrollment and we want to make sure that the building is being well utilized. We dug into what we call the educational programming and did a detailed 50-point educational adequacy to understand how the building responds to the ability of the instructional staff to deliver the curriculum and make sure that everything is aligned and they have all the supports in place that they need. We established educational specifications and programmatic square footages to accommodate all of the needed functions. Then actually, once all that was done, started to develop concepts about how the spaces could be utilized, and then worked our way through the cost analysis. There is a draft report right now that is something just short of around 400 pages. That's going to get finalized here in a few weeks, and then you will all have the opportunity to enjoy reading that, and that will probably answer more than any questions that you have.
I will dive into our guiding principles. I'm not going to read off every single guiding principle here, but just to give some highlights, our guiding principles are statements that are intended to represent the facility master plan goals, the goals that were set forth by the steering committee as well. And at a high level, I would say some of the bigger takeaways were focused around identity, giving campus identity to the Kaneland High School campus, as well as kind of creating some sort of consistency of quality across the district and student experience kind of from kindergarten all the way through high school graduation day. The next one. So findings from our studies, we had numerous amounts of findings. So this is kind of just a summary or a high level looking at the academic environments, obviously the age of the high school being what it is. There are plenty of opportunities to modernize what is already in place. We could easily address flow, given some of the disjointed aspects of the high school, PE, the gym separation being one of them, the main office being kind of separated with the nurse out to one area, and then the district office having to share space not only within Kaneland High School, but also at Meredith, Fox Valley as well. So kind of addressing those flow issues. RTI being kind of isolated on the second floor was another finding that we had identified. Kind of underutilized space throughout the high school was an additional finding. An example of that would be kind of the small world preschool area that is no longer used by Kaneland High School at this time. An absence of flexible and collaborative learning spaces. There is one, but I think there is definitely a desire for more. And then addressing kind of the underutilized space. So the corridors being narrow, how do we utilize some of those spaces a little bit better than we are right now? So then moving on to physical education and athletic spaces. The West Gym is inadequate as sized for athletic events at the high school level. mainly for seating, I would say. The locker rooms, given the split nature of the two gyms, the West Gym and the East Gym, the locker rooms are also split, so that can be somewhat problematic. There are also some inequity quantity issues with the locker rooms. The athletic facilities lack air conditioning on that East Gym portion. Moving outside, if we're looking at the stadium, there are 7 lanes, but only 6 are usable, so that is problematic for tournaments and for competitions. And then number of seats and the adjacent support structures for the stadium are outdated. The tennis courts, it's been identified that there is an insufficient number of courts for tournaments to move kind of quickly. So then moving to Meredith Road School, the building is currently underutilized. It is being utilized by Fox Valley, and the district office obviously creates a busing situation for Fox Valley and a split situation for the district office. I think ideally those groups would want to be kind of housed under one roof. But this building has the potential for a personalized learning academy just because it is underutilized, and kind of as we dive into our design suggestions and recommendations tonight, we'll kind of see how that building could open up for future use.
So as Alyssa kind of mentioned there, she just kind of quickly passed over it, but she talked about the need to bus students from the high school just the short distance to Meredith. So some of the things about the site, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more, but while the high school is really easy to find, seeing as it's pretty much the only thing right out there, to a new visitor, navigating or understanding the flow on the campus can present some challenges, even to find where the main office might be if you were a first-time parent coming there. But because of the location of the buses, and it creates a difficult environment for pedestrians to move from the portion of the high school used by Fox Valley across to Meredith. And there were all sorts of ideas kicked around about how to solve that, but then we've also got kind of the bus barn and the maintenance building just kind of in the middle there between the school and the stadium. We know that there are some problems with moisture on the site, and we actually looked at something called the TWI, the wetness index. It's partly drainage and partly the type of soil. And those also present difficulties with students moving from the gyms and locker rooms out to the various play fields. They're all there, but there really is no specific order to anything. With that, I kind of want to just touch a little bit about the idea of modernization and what the real essence of the master plan is. It's really all about academics. More than any other thing, and creating what we call a future-ready environment. So it's not just meeting today's needs, but also trying to envision where things go. Many people on the steering committee commented that the building feels pretty much the same way that it did in the 60s, 70s, 80s. We just saw that very nice diagram that was put together by the student, and it has some remarkable similarities to this one in the way that educational delivery has changed. So we're really looking now at a skills-based environment in the way that students learn. Much more interactive, much more hands-on, much more collaborative. And so we're really trying to, as we modernize, not just modernize the mechanical systems, but also modernize the space beyond the classroom so that really the students are using all of the building, not just confined to instructional delivery in a classroom. So what does it mean as we see this master plan? We do need to do things to the classrooms. But more importantly, we need to find ways to expand their reach out into the building, both for individualized instruction, but also for group learning. I think we all learned a lot during COVID-19 about how that educational delivery has changed and how really it has become able to be a 24/7 kind of learning and opportunity. And we've learned how far the instructional staff really can reach beyond the classroom. So the kinds of spaces we're going to be looking at are, we still need direct instruction. So yes, you still need classrooms. They don't go away. But we also need to reinforce and back that up with more individualized opportunities, many more opportunities to handle small groups that are not necessarily in the classroom, but still need to be able to be in supervisable groups. And we need to be able to have students in project-based delivery and sharing with each other and demonstrating their skill-based learning. So it really means kind of breaking down the building into much more usable space. Even corridor space can really be used productively if the building is properly opened up and configured. Just real quick, I want to just show some images from some of our more modern buildings that have already gone through this process, to understand that learning can take place at different types of furniture, soft seating, kind of business incubators like you see on the right-hand side there, where students create their own shark tanks and engage with local community businesses to actually learn about being entrepreneurs. We like to use the term huddle rooms. These are typically glassed spaces, but where a group of students can work and still be supervised and yet get full access to technology and quiet when they need it. Everything needs to be technology rich, and part of what that means today is there needs to be power everywhere. Lots of different types of devices that need to be charged. Even furniture can contain power and ways to recharge those devices. So really kind of future ready is a much more open but a much more robust environment with many, many different rearrangeable, flexible options. Last, I kind of want to touch on before we start developing the plan is to talk about campus and what makes a campus. So the committee had some very strong goals about that. It's got to be easy to get into. It's got to have that identity that Alyssa talked about. Traffic flow has to be easy to navigate and not rely entirely on signage alone. The edges are really important. We like to try to keep cars away from the edges wherever possible so that your first impression isn't just a sea of cars. But more importantly, there need to be important places that actually spell out a campus. These are places where students and the community can identify and gather on the site. And then, of course, in everything we do, we want to make sure we continue the path that the school district has taken in being sustainable.
All right, so after all of that information has been gathered, we kind of came up with, us and the steering committee came up with kind of the big ideas. And these big ideas were intended to kind of guide and lead the design solutions and the design options to kind of, in general, try to group as much as possible in and solve as much as we could in with kind of a bigger idea. So campus building identity, which we've talked about a few times tonight, classroom modernization, again, we've talked about a few times, consolidating Fox Valley, creating a PE and athletic core, consolidating the district office, creating future-ready learning environments, and then also looking at Meredith for a personalized learning academy location. So we will get into our overall organizational diagrams. So this diagram, just to give you a general idea, the key on the side is by department, so each of the colors is by department. But some of the big ideas that we were looking at as a part of our solution, kind of at the site level, were to organize the site on axes. So we have an east-west axis connecting at the north the student parking to Meredith. And then off of Kesslinger, we're looking at a north-south axis that connects parent or visitor parking, both with roundabouts to slow traffic down. But that north-south axis in particular really kind of created a line across the site, and we even carried it into the building to kind of give a central line of organization for the field pieces as well as for the building. Also with entries, trying to give each of the different functions kind of their own identifiable entry and kind of their own identity in themselves to kind of give it a more campus feel. That includes Kaneland High School kind of in their main office where their existing entry is today. The district office giving them their own parking, their own entry, the field house having their own entry and parking, and Fox Valley also having kind of their own entry and parking. Moving on to the upper level, we were looking at the big thing here is connecting that second level to the first level. So not trying to isolate the second level from the first level of the building. So then as we zoom in here, to start looking at academic environments, so we are looking to renovate basically almost every space of this building, and then we're also looking at potential additions. But at the classroom level, kind of taking a by age approach, so kind of renovating up to a standard, and that includes furniture, finishes, technology, and anything to kind of bring it up to that 21st century learning environment standard. We are also looking at renovating restrooms, science labs, and then that corridor again, kind of bringing that through and connecting the two athletic pieces, but also giving an access point for students to kind of go straight outside as needed. Again, corridor refreshes, and then also including an auditorium, lighting, and dimmer system as well. So the next piece, kind of moving along here, was looking at converting the West Gym into a social studies classroom wing. So this idea would ideally replace kind of the undersized social studies classrooms and give purpose to the West Gym. So the idea here is to connect the first and second level by creating a first and second level within that gym footprint with a learning stair. That learning stair, as you can see in the image, is intended to kind of be a collaborative, informal, impromptu type seating space. It could be used by teachers, it can be used by students, it can really be used in a lot of different ways, and it just connects those two levels in a different way than kind of just a standard staircase that's enclosed by four walls. And it also provides opportunities to create flexible learning experiences outside of the classroom, in front of the classrooms. We also kind of imagine just to bring light down from that second story down to the first story, looking at skylights and atriums, just to get natural light in as much as possible into that space. So then kind of moving over to our right a little bit, we are looking at creating a special education suite. So this would entail bringing RTI from that second level down to the first level, kind of consolidating everybody into an area that's a little bit closer to the academic core. This also includes 2 new special education classrooms, a renovation of the special education armory, and a new departmental office for SPED. So the next piece here is consolidating Fox Valley. So as I said, giving them their own entrance, their own identifiable entrance. We kind of anticipate that roundabout being a place for the buses to drop students coming from off campus onto Kaneland's campus, giving them a chance to kind of walk over to Fox Valley's entrance, and then giving Fox Valley their office, making that more of a control point so students aren't just flowing freely between Kaneland High School and the outside. So just trying to give them a control point, that's their staff, a control point between the two functions. We also have all of the shops that would be necessary. The fire science technology piece is located kind of off that main corridor to give them kind of straight access to the exterior. They have some outdoor training areas that they would need to access on a regular basis, so we wanted to make sure that they had at least a somewhat direct access there. And then there are two classrooms off to the side there that are located near the science labs. That is intentional. As Fox Valley kind of changes and their programming changes, which we are told that it does kind of frequently, we wanted to kind of give 2 or 3 rooms that, as that changes, if they need to be converted to Kaneland High School classes, they could. If they needed to switch programming for Fox Valley, they could. Just kind of giving an opportunity to mix in and kind of be beneficial for both parties. And then this picture here, we kind of anticipated would be off of the Fox Valley main entrance, kind of just an exhibit commons that could be used to show off some of the student work, just because they don't necessarily have that right now. And I think a lot of the work they do is pretty interesting. Okay, so then locker rooms. The main goal here was to overall increase the locker room count for the high school, just to meet their current needs. I believe we were looking at converting in the 2 locker rooms set right to the right. Those are the athletic locker rooms today. Switching those out from full-size to half-size lockers, and that would, I believe, give us somewhere around 1,300? 1,500 lockers. And then the other locker room, which is currently used as a PE locker room, redistributing that space to give equity to both genders, and then revamping those lockers as well from full height to half height. And I believe that was somewhere around 500 plus lockers, somewhere in there. The last item we were looking at here was to create a connection path from the far right locker rooms into the East Gym for competitions. So then the main office, bringing the nurse over, bringing student services over, trying to bring kind of everybody into one place is the main idea here. Also looking at a secure vestibule to try and add security, or to at least make it a little bit more secure for evening events, night events. We also are showing a gym lobby space, which we kind of imagine would host concessions. There'd be a Hall of Fame, and then it also gives it a place for students and parents, spectators, whoever, to gather outside of the East Gym, either before and after the game, just to kind of chat or what have you. We also brought student services kind of over to the admin piece of this, just to kind of bring everybody into one area, and then looking at an addition at the front of the building for to just kind of enhance that main identity at the front of the building. So the next piece is the field house at the back of the school. So this right now, as it is represented, is an 8-lane, 200-meter track. I'm not going to go through all of these bullet points. I'm sure everybody can read, but I guess to start at the northern portion of this, there is a bus parking, and I think we're even calling it a visitors bus parking. But we kind of anticipate that visitors would be able to kind of pull along there. Their buses would be able to park, and they'd be able to enter in on the far right side and kind of go into their athletic locker room space, dedicated space that they needed to be in for whatever activities they were doing. And then on the far left-hand side, we have the public lobby, so the public face of the field house, which is where you have your concessions and toilet rooms and all of that good stuff. So there is a separation of kind of like the public versus student space. And we also are showing a PE Commons, and that would kind of be at the convergence of that north-south corridor and the field house addition. So it kind of gives another space for students to gather, and again, if you have a huge track meet happening and everybody's got bags, you can throw them there. We're also showing the athletic office and a conference room for potential recruitment meetings if necessary. And then on the upper level, we're showing 2 flex classrooms, which we were kind of expecting could be opened up If necessary, there's open space for weight rooms, but those 2 rooms we were thinking could be used for health and driver's ed. Okay, so then the district office. This is, again, a dedicated entrance, dedicated identity for the district office, getting everybody under one roof, and giving them kind of their own space. I will note, too, the flex meeting rooms that we're showing in orange on the right here. Those are intended to be shared between Kaneland High School and the district office. It was identified as nice to kind of have the connection to the Kaneland students during their day. So to kind of maintain that, a shared space is certainly a way to do that. But this puts everybody on a single level, and it does look at a potential addition just to accommodate everybody and their needs.
Thank you, Alyssa. So we're going to look at a series of site drawings now. I think one of the biggest challenges that the steering committee faced was really looking at the site organization. So we're going to call this option A, and we have A, B, and C, and the big thing that's different in each of them is really where the stadium is positioned. So the one you're looking at is, of course, where the existing stadium is. Key features, Alyssa had mentioned, we have a new circular drive main entrance aligned on that kind of north-south passage in the school that kind of connects the 2 circles, the student circle at the north and the visitor circle at the south. And you'll notice all of the play fields are also organized along an axis. We've kind of termed that an athletic greenway. So all of these design ideas have that same feature. In order to be able to get 8 lanes in the stadium and to increase the seating count to about 3,500, all of these show that the transportation building and the maintenance building have been relocated. So the bus barn and the buses themselves go to this campus. When this campus was master planned in 2007, there was space set aside here specifically for that maintenance building, or excuse me, for the transportation building and the bus parking, as this is kind of a more central location for busing in all directions. And then the maintenance building is shown to be relocated back by the well house building on the east side of Meredith. But all of that is needed to make room on the stadium. All of the stadiums are based on kind of similar parameters, the 8-lane track, being able to play soccer, having a turf field, and having all of the current outbuildings consolidated into what we've termed a gateway building. So this is the entrance building that also would house concessions, boosters, storage, restrooms, all in a single structure. This configuration A, as you can see, maintains the current east-west organization or orientation of the stadium. Many of you probably are aware that the preferred orientation is north-south. That's not a hard, fast rule. Something like 30% of NFL stadiums are oriented east-west. So, but it can be a problem during daytime games. In particular, if soccer were going to be played in here, you would find that the sun would be in the goalie's eyes that's looking to the west. So that's really kind of the one big negative there. The other is in between and the proximity to Meredith, we have a little bit more space constraint. So that's why the group encouraged us to take a look at some other possibilities. So B moves the stadium to the east and turns it 90 degrees onto that north-south. Both of those locations are pretty good for their location to the field house and where the athletic locker rooms are. So in that field house, you've got the all of the athletic locker rooms that support the outdoor activities. In all of these, the tennis courts are moved north on the greenway. And by the way, the greenway is envisioned to be a strong student pedestrian way, but also to allow small vehicles, service vehicles, to travel back and forth to the play fields. We envision it having places to sit and covered so that there are places for spectators for tennis, for example. And there's always in each of these kind of the anchor in one place or another of a consolidated baseball, softball complex, where those all can share one storage building, one press box structure. Big advantage of this scheme is while it stays close to the high school, it gives us more freedom on the design of that gateway building and on the parameters of seating as a final seating count is determined, and also more space to potentially have within the fenced stadium area so that field events, which currently are held out away from the stadium, could be held actually within the stadium complex. I would say that at this point, the committee probably was leaning towards this solution, but did still have some comfort level with maintaining the current location. The last one that was looked at, which I think the committee really probably pretty wisely ruled out, was to put the stadium at the far north end of the athletic greenway as the anchor there. Big drawback on this is the distance away from the high school, and even felt that there might be some safety concerns with that if you've got a group of students way out at the stadium and there's a tornado warning or something and needs to take shelter. In addition to that, this is probably the most expensive place to put it, simply because of again, the distance away from the school. So while there might have been some positives to it, I think this one really pretty much kind of fell off of everyone's radar. I'm not going to go into great details here, but you've got this in your packet that kind of shows a range of costs. These are total project delivery costs, so it takes into account all of the hard costs and all the soft costs. What these don't take into account yet is where there might be overlaps. So for example, you know, as you determine the order in which things are implemented, things get grouped together. There are potential cost savings in the way you implement and group, but each of these are just kind of priced as a one-off piece right now. So not necessarily taking advantage or reflecting the synergies that you might get as you determine the sequencing of things. And then to wrap up, just kind of the order of things here. Has a couple of the events that were in the past. Here we are tonight at May 24th. We're looking to come back June 28th at our next presentation with any additional information the board is seeking from us. We have recommended to the administrative team to consider looking for and engaging a construction manager to help with really developing the sequencing, the design parameters, and refining costs so that the costs are reflective of timing as well. And then we also need to do more engagement with the staff. We have proposed doing community outreach and community engagement as well, all working up to the district determining what the needs are for financing and potentially even going to a referendum. Earliest that could possibly be would be March of next year. So with that, Alyssa and I would be happy to address any questions. If we can answer them tonight, we'd be happy to do so. If it requires more study, then of course we would come back and respond to those questions in June.
Thank you,
so
John and
much.
Alyssa. I forgot to mention, there are 2 other committee members that are in attendance that can also help answer questions. Dr. Burchell is here and Mr. Rowley is here, in addition to the other committee members that I mentioned earlier. Thank you. Board members?
I sat through all the meetings, so I don't have many questions tonight.
So I have a quick question. I know we would love every inch of the high school to be rechanged and modified and upgraded. Was performing arts, the auditorium, ever a consideration? Because like concessions, you know, when lobby space, all of that. Anytime we have any concerts from middle school through high school, it's a nightmare for parents to stand there in the hallway, when to go in, when not to go in. So just wondering, where is that in the plan? I can see, obviously, you guys had your key areas that you wanted to focus on, but that's definitely, I get the lighting and the dimmer, but we all know there's a lot more in that auditorium that needs to be fixed and changed. I think of like the black box area.
Jill, Mrs. Maris, Mr. Mauer? Yeah, go ahead and go up to the mic.
Yeah, right
Mr.
now
Baker.
there's a line item basically in the budget for fine arts. I'm trying to remember, but I think it's a total of probably pretty close to $750,000. Does that sound right, Alyssa? So obviously that's built in here. The exact needs, as you've talked about, is something that we would get into detail with at kind of that next stage of engaging the stakeholders. I think we had hoped, and I'm sure Dr. Layden would agree with this, that we had hoped to have had a lot more discussions and interactions with the staff at that higher level. The past year has kind of presented some challenges with doing that, but that is still something that would take place here within the guidelines established by the master plan. So, Mrs. Maris, you have anything else you want to add?
I would just say that I think everyone on the committee realizes we're very fortunate to have the auditorium that we do have, and at the same time, it's also getting older. And so, as he was saying, I think it's that next level of discussion. I think everybody in the Fine Arts Department sees ways that they would love for it to be fine-tuned, to bring it back up to an even more modern usage, including storage in some of their areas as well.
Yeah.
So on our radar, but not necessarily at this level of the details.
Perfect. And that was more, it was like anybody that's had kids that have gone to any concerts, we know the flow for parents can be confusing and a nightmare. So that's why I was more at that end of it, of what does that look like for that space. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
All right, with respect to the athletic fields and the athletic facilities, has soil sampling already taken place as to the suitability of the soil in those locations for the intended athletic facilities and/or structures?
So at this point, no, soil samples have not been taken. That is certainly something that is a requirement and needs to be done. We did look at the overlying, soil geology, so we understand what kind of to expect in the underlying. The key thing that needs to happen with all of those improvements is the topography or the grading needs to be changed quite a bit. Fortunately, we do still have a big pile of dirt out there to help us do that, so we're not going to have to import everything. But there's going to be areas that have to get excavated for additional stormwater detention, and particularly at the north area there, where the current ball fields are, that area needs to get raised up and give us the ability to keep that much better draining. One thing I will say, because I think there was some belief and surprise on this, many people thought that areas of the campus are in a flood area. They are not. It's just that the hydrology of those soils is such that they tend to hold a lot of water, particularly in that far northwest area and all along the west side of the property, really. The other thing that we would suggest, besides doing the geotechnical work, is to do a drain tile study, because in that kind of setting, there's always the possibility that there are subsurface drain tiles that are blocked, and that also can help making sure those flow through and remain connected during the, on either side of the property. I mean, anytime you're in an agricultural environment, that can be a really big issue, making sure the drain tiles are all intact.
So you've already taken into account, as best you know, surface water, near subsurface water, maybe between the B and C zone? Because, the real concern is on the placement of the athletic facilities, just how the topography and the soils are going to handle that. It's not, a new softball field, new baseball field is going to be great. However, if it's all clay and holding, it's not going to be a whole lot of fun.
Correct. And all of those, even tennis courts, undoubtedly will require subsurface drainage below them, so that you are able to keep those soils dry.
And you've also looked at the likely drainage impact from the additional surface development too, correct?
Right.
I mean, the part you're going to pave over, build on, whatever the case may be, that's part of this plan, ultimately.
Conceptually. So, I mean, right now, we've only accounted for the fact that we know we have to have additional stormwater. Ultimately, once a site scheme is set, then that can be taken to a higher level. But we will need more topography studies, geology studies, and all of those things that you have very astutely noted that have to be done in order to refine and design those.
And there's enough capacity in the existing drainage basins for this? I'm assuming this is probably part of the Kishwaukee watershed?
No, I'm not sure if that's the right watershed. I'd actually have to go back and consult which map section that was on, but
Yeah, okay.
but the existing stormwater capacity is not enough. That would definitely have to be expanded.
Yeah, that's what.
So, I mean, to account for the additional building additions and everything. But again, you would take a master plan approach to the way that you plan all that. So even if you weren't building everything right now, all the improvements, you would still kind of design and build that storm system to account for everything that you would do in the future. So.
And we're just talking gravity flow as opposed to no lift stations or anything else required. As best you first, I know I'm asking you a little hypothetical, but as you see it now, gravity flow?
That's a really good question, and I don't have an answer to that without more study. My guess is that if the stadium were put at the far north end, that would be potentially more of an issue than keeping it near its current location. But where we're currently located and the kind of B option, we should still be in gravity.
Okay.
So when we first undertook this project to get the master plan done, we approved the expenditure for the plan itself, and we talked about having it just so that when we did things, we would, like you're saying, we wouldn't, preclude doing something else later. I'm quite taken aback at this timeline, because this is not what the board talked about. We didn't talk about going to referendum in 2022. We haven't asked the community if they can if a referendum is palatable. In fact, we had several board members saying, you know what, I don't think we're ready to go to referendum. If we have to do that, that's not what we want. So I'm surprised to see the recommendation include such an aggressive timeline. I think it's putting the cart before the horse. I think it's a little bit out of the scope of what the board asked for. And I'm disappointed that it's gone that way, that we're actually seeking to go to referendum. But I want new board members to know and the existing board members to know whether or not we go to referendum is our decision. And, if there's, the money is different, the operational expenses in the bricks and mortar, you guys all know that, but I just feel like this is way too aggressive, and although things are needed, and I fully supported the plan, I don't know that I support going to referendum at this time, especially so close after a pandemic and all of the things we've gone through. So I feel misled.
Yeah, if I might, I want to make sure this isn't mischaracterized as a recommendation. This was not a recommendation. This timeline, I think, really what it does is shows you how aggressive that would be to try to follow that. I mean, that's really the first opportunity, and you can see even how compressed in that the community engagement becomes and the staff engagement. So
I think a lot of
this was really
engagement
just
has to happen
intended to
before we even
illustrate
decide.
that point, I think, more than anything.
Okay, so this isn't a real timeline. This is just for instance, you could do this.
I would agree with that,
Okay.
that it is a
And it's not
for
what the committee
instance.
is endorsing, and it's not what the district is endorsing?
What I-
This plan to go to referendum in 2022?
No, not at all. As John mentioned a couple times, that's the soonest that it could happen, but perhaps there's much more conversation that needs to be done. But also, I think the committee is definitely interested in moving forward if at all possible. And so depending on how long that takes, it will be. Remember this, the track is, as in the beginning of my memo, that was one of the driving factors of we didn't want to make changes to the track. If in a year or two, whatever that becomes, if we were going to turn around and then rip it out and build it somewhere else or something. So it's a part of a long-range plan. I believe all of us have neglected to mention that a master facility plan like this can last 5 to 7 to 10 years, depending on what stages and phases you decide to do things, and some of those details will come later. I think tonight's purpose is to find out what questions the board does have, make sure if phasing is a part of that, that we know where we're going to start, and if so, when. Also recognizing that we probably don't have the money in hand, so some form of community engagement would be necessary to do so. Ryan, can you address any other committee kind of board conversations with regard to where we're thinking? It would be helpful.
The members of the committee that were there, I think, well, let me back up. I was kind of the one that pushed for this plan because I want to build a field house. And never made a secret of that. But as we got deeper into this project, most of Kaneland High School is the same as when I came to visit in 1992 as a Sycamore High School student. So there's a lot of infrastructure and other issues that need to be modernized, in my opinion, in the high school, which all of this got rolled into one ball of wax because we don't have enough money in our budget to do any of the bigger projects. Like, we don't have an extra $2 million to repave Meredith parking lot, or to modernize the science classrooms, or to do other infrastructure upgrades without cutting other things. I mean, it's all a balancing act. Yes, we could do it, but something else is going to suffer. So that kind of grew into, well, if we need to modernize the high school, in my opinion, and we need to do these other things, let's put it together in a master facilities plan and then present it to the board, and depending on what the board decides, the community, my opinion of the members of the committee was that they were all in favor of this to different degrees. There were people in the committee that said, yeah, we need to modernize the high school, but I have no interest in a field house. There's others that, I mean, there was a variety of opinions, but the basis of the committee's opinion was that this is a good thing, that we need to do something, and in regards to what, there was no consensus as far as I think there's $50 million worth of variables in this plan, so there is no, I mean, yeah, I'd like to move forward and meet that timeline, but no, there's no intention of that being what actually is going to happen without the board's input.
Additionally, the information on the budget that John mentioned is overlapping. That budget's over our capacity to do so anyway, so there has to be some prioritization and planning. There's a lot of work to be done. That spring 22 would be challenging to meet.
I guess what I'm saying is I would like to see engagement with the community prior to deciding to go to referendum.
So I think that that's what tonight is about, is what do we need to do and want to do? So that's important.
So I would say we need to
perhaps
do a community survey and ask them if they
Yeah.
want a field house, or if they just want to modernize the high school.
Yeah.
Because I ran a couple of referendum committees for this district. They are expensive. It costs a lot of money just to put the PR into it. It takes a lot of human equity, just to get the word out. And I don't know what in the last several, elections, how referenda have done. I would venture to guess that it's not very well. So.
I think that was part of the committee's goal, was to figure out what the board was going to support. And then if we don't support as a board, I don't know, moving the track, then there's no point in spending time engaging the community on something that we're not going to support. So
So do you want us to give you a straw poll then? Like,
No.
who wants this? I'm not asking you, I'm asking, sorry, I didn't mean I'm not asking.
You're fine.
Do you want the board to give you input on that? Yay or nay on a field house? Yay or nay on is that what you want?
I think that is something that we could discuss in June, is what kinds of further discussions or information do you need in order to make decisions, in order to move forward? Tonight's your first look at it.
Okay.
So,
I would like to take the approach of looking at it in perhaps different phases, or maybe prioritizing where the money can be spent best, where the needs are the most, and then going forward from there, as opposed to, the way I took it is this is a master plan, this is how the whole campus is going to be revitalized. And when I look at the cost, it seems to be, I don't want to say excessive, but large. Is there any way we can identify pieces and decide, okay, well, we need to pursue this, we're lacking here? I don't know, it's just a suggestion.
Which I believe was what that was the impression I was under when we undertook the master plan, was that we would do this phased-in, needs-based approach.
I think partly where the committee got stuck, sidetracked, whatever term you feel appropriate, there's never enough money in the budget. I mean, we talked a few months ago about remodernizing the science classrooms. We don't have the money to do it. The roof project that's on the books, there isn't $1 million extra in the budget to do these things. So we said, we don't have the money to do this, we don't have the money to do that, we might as well put it all in one big package, because it more than likely would have to go to referendum in order to fund it. So we might as well package it all together so we have an idea of what we would be looking at for a referendum. Again, that still has to be board approved and community approved. Well, either sooner or later community approved, either ahead of time or at the voting box, one or the other. But yeah, we can do pieces.
The palatability for residents to have their taxes raised is almost none.
Well, I think I disagree with you. When we've got, like, my neighbor graduated from the high school 20 years ago, and it's still the same classrooms that he was in 20 years ago. So I think you're going to find a variety of opinions on that one.
I don't know that you'll find a majority that want to raise their taxes in Illinois. We're already pretty,
You might be right, but I don't necessarily, I still think we need to pursue looking into this.
anyone else? Aaron or Jennifer, any other comments?
I'm curious, this falls off topic just a tad bit, but when I look at the community spaces, they seem to mirror like the college campus environment. And I would assume that you guys have implemented this model into other schools and found that this is an environment conducive to success for the future of education. Do you find that they're utilizing like the staircase or there were planning rooms? Because to me, and it just maybe I'm so disconnected from when I went to high school, it seems like opportunity for not abuse, but to, mess around with your friends if you have a private little room, where I don't know if high school kids are at that conceptually or, intellectually at that level. Do you find that kids are utilizing this, and are teachers utilizing these areas, going out and having a session on the stairs? Does it help? Does it create an environment for success?
Yes. Yes, definitely.
It's the future, I would imagine.
Yes. And all of these things, yes, have been done and tested over and over again. It is usually necessary before you move forward with these sorts of things to make sure that the stakeholders actually make some site visits and see other buildings and understand and talk to other instructional staff so that they really get that comfort level and understand how the space will be used. I can tell you that the students, and this is really what it's all about, these kinds of environments are more engaging, and they engage the students in the way that they learn, which is very different than the way we all learned in large order. And so that's probably the common word you might hear as you talk to other administrators and talk to other instructional staff that have been in these kinds of environments and seen how they actually work in real life. So, but the answer is yes, they do work. And it is very different.
Mr. Rowley or Mrs. Maris, is there anything from Kaneland that you could add to address this question? Anything?
I think it's a great question. I know as we've looked into a variety of different learning structures, learning environments, we have taken several site visits in districts here in the Chicagoland area. We've spent extensive time with school districts in southern Wisconsin, and they've been doing this type of learning environment. Some schools back 10, 12, 15 years where they have a lot of open spaces, they have a lot of collaboration. It does look very different than when we were in high school, but I was on a learning walk when I saw a group of high schoolers that were presenting to a community partnership, similar to like that Shark Tank entrepreneurial idea. We have kids currently that are working on similar type projects, and they may step out into the hallway to have a small group discussion, a small collaborative discussion. And what we end up finding is sometimes pausing that instruction to find makeshift materials for kids to work while they're in an alternate location. These spaces allow us to build that in. They allow for interactive whiteboards. They allow for the technology needed for that. And that truly is those community partnerships and in learning going beyond the four walls with a textbook to connect to the community, to connect to other schools across the state, across the country. We've been on site visits. We've seen it happening. We have it happening in pockets here in Kaneland, but the ability to have those set spaces where it's not interrupting instruction in the classroom, where those students know. It does take some front work in setting expectations, setting norms for the use of those buildings, but we've seen it to be pretty productive in the districts that we spent a lot of time in southern Wisconsin. When we talk about what is that impact on the academics, their test scores throughout the state, these few schools that have made this adoption, their test scores throughout the state are usually in the top 1 or 2 of schools across the state of Wisconsin. So they are starting to see that impact on the academics as well.
And I would just add that over the last couple of years, we have already started some of this change in thinking in how we use our current library setting, as well as one of the rooms attached that we've turned into a collaboration lab. We were starting to see some real build of use of that room. Unfortunately, this last year and a half has kind of changed some of that, but I think what we're going to find is that students have learned to work in small groups in ways that they never have before. And so that need is just going to continue to grow. And I would just encourage you to remember that after next year, we will be implementing a homeroom. And I think this kind of setting would be ideal for some of the needs that our students and staff will have during that time.
Thank you both.
So I have a quick question. When the committee met, did you guys have like a list of things, like we know the track needs to be done, that's a done deal, the roof needs to be done. Did you guys have a list of things that definitely had to be done, so that had to be a part of this list, and then other things got rolled into it? Because again, like the auditorium, the marching band will love their own field. I mean, there's a lot of things. If you go out to this community and ask them what would they like to see at the high school, they're going to dream big. And so I think if we go to the community, we're going to have to say, this is what is best for the school right now. So that's my only concern, is going to the community and saying, hey, what do you guys want? I mean, I'm going to say marching field for our marching band, because that's my thing. Performing arts, expand all that area, make it easier for the parents. So did you guys have like kind of a list of what you guys were focusing on first?
Yeah. I would just say that that was part of the architect's charge, is to listen to all of the staff and people that they gathered input from, and from that to learn. That's, John, if you want to talk more about the process, this is everything taken into consideration, and now the hard work begins in terms of what's first and how does it.
And I guess that's my concern, is the community is going to want bigger, a lot more different things than what you guys were tasked with. Like you said, there's certain things that we have to fix. The school hasn't changed in years. We need to do certain things. So obviously we want the community's input, but also we've got to scale it to a point to where we can afford it. Like, we can't just ask for a referendum. That's, huge number. We're never going to get that either. So I guess that's just my only concern, is like getting that information out to the community. Yes, we have big dreams, but this is what we need to do for the school. This is what's best for the school.
Mm-hmm.
And that was part of the conversation, I think, when the steering committee first met. I apologize if I cut you off, Aaron.
No, I thought you were going to say something.
Oh, okay. I think part of the charge when the steering committee first met was some of that dreaming piece. And so I think those areas of priority are what was kind of focused to bring forward tonight, not because some were valued more than others. I think some of it was timing, some of it was where it fit in the building, some of it was the last time other areas of the building have been updated also. So I think it was a combination of ideas that were brought forward by committee members.
I believe that list, Dr. Fuchs, had probably 60 or 80 items on it before we even did any study. So kind of the course of all of the different study pieces we did, I think, as much as anything, brought validation to the items on that list. And obviously, we don't want to very tediously take you through 80 items like that. At least I am sure you appreciate us not doing that. But yes, there's easily that. It could even have been more items than that. So
The list and the items that John is referring to comes from our master facility plan that Mr. Payton and I have been working on every year that we present to the board, and the prioritization. You know that the list, I think Mr. Carey mentioned it, is much longer than what we can afford. So they did start, but that list encompasses the entire district. This project was focused on the high school and Meredith campus.
So what do you want from us tonight?
Tonight, there is no recommendation.
Right.
It's what information do you need or want in order to be able to make decisions about how to proceed? So
Yes, I would-
how would you like to proceed? What information do you need? What feedback do you have? What concerns? A general
So
conversation.
I guess for myself, I would like to see the essential items separated from the dream items and see what that looks like, or a phased approach where the dream items are later. I think, gosh, there's a lot of things, in 10 years or 20 years, are they going to still have high school football? There's some discussion that that's going to go away because of health concerns and things like that. So, do you want to spend a ton of money to get a fancy stadium? I don't know. I'm just bringing that up. But I think I'd like to see the essential items, updating classrooms, making the campus safe, fixing leaks and all that kind of stuff. I'm not against going to referendum if we have to, for certain things. But I kind of think we need a field house like we need a hole in the head.
To your point, Ms. Witt, which of the items are interconnected to each other as well? I mean, because
Yes.
I'm going through this and I'm seeing, well, if we take this out, some other dominoes are going to fall as part of this process.
Right.
So, and there's a limit as to what the community is willing to accept right now. And I have reservations based upon the feedback I get out there every day. So, but let's see what's interrelated to each other. Where are we going to get our biggest bang for our buck in terms of actual student learning facilities for science labs, special ed facilities like that, where it's real student impact day to day. And not to neglect athletics, but please let us know what's in the checklist. I'd almost prefer, if you're going to prioritize the items, top priority of one. If there's a list of 70, what's number 70? And then which numbers are related to each other? I know it's a ton of work. I've done this before, but that's important. That's real important.
I would also like to argue that maybe focus on the future, and so they just mentioned the future of education and how these students are engaging more in a more collaborative environment. So just my 2 cents, maybe not discount that, preparing our, because at the end of the day, it's about the kids and it's about them learning. And so not discounting things like that in the name of, trying to save. I think it's going to be difficult to get taxpayers to pay, but at the same time, I think we need to stay competitive. Any feedback I've heard from Kaneland grads, and I ask them in the community, what did you think? Because my daughter's going to be there someday. I asked, what do you think? What did you think about Kaneland? Well, it's outdated. It's, it's not, it feels like going to an old school. And so I just don't want to lose emphasis on that and ensure that we stay competitive, that our students are sent out there with the best tools, to be successful in life.
And one more thing to that end. I know under the CARES Act and some of the other, the relief, there's a fair amount of capital dollars out there from the feds on a pass-through and state passing through federal dollars specifically for capital projects. Accessing that, or what's a possibility?
slim to none. They typically reserve that for school districts with high, low-income populations.
Title I districts. and so on. Well, yeah.
We have gotten a capital grant, but it's been many, many years ago. We can try, we try all the time, but you asked what the possibility is.
Okay.
So Dr. Fuchs, you had asked, what do we need? And so I think the thing that I'm focused on almost 100% is just how we're going to communicate with stakeholders and how we're going to get this information from them. I think, Jennifer, you're right on. They're going to say a million different things. I think, we've been down this road where we've asked and had surveys done and we get kind of convoluted results, and I think that makes it really hard to make a decision then, right? If we don't get really hard data that supports these decisions, then we're just kind of making these decisions on our own, which that's our responsibility, but it would be better, I think, if we were really engaged with the group. So for me to even move forward on any of this, I would love to see like truly communicated, community participation in these discussions. Maybe not just one survey, but multiple surveys and focus groups and those kinds of things. And just to make sure we're really getting a pulse on what people are willing to do and what they want. And just to reiterate that, we have asked a lot of people over the last year and a half, just like they've asked a lot of us, right? And I think we have to be really sensitive to that as we move forward, like how much we ask. So that's, I was really excited about this plan, right? Like when we started doing this a year and a half ago or whatever, like, this was coinciding with, Patrick and Sarah would come up here and they would talk about all the different learning models we're doing. And we were just like, we were moving, like we were doing all this awesome stuff, right? Personalized learning, standards-based grading, we were reinventing education and we were gonna make a new space to have that happen. I don't know, like now I'm like a little gun shy from a year and a half of a lot of problems, right? So.
So if I could clarify.
Yeah.
We probably won't have the details that you're looking for, but we can give an overview of some ideas.
Okay.
Of that community and staff engagement with the stakeholders. I don't envision coming back in June with the surveys ready to go, but perhaps drafts, perhaps the different tools with which we'll use.
Aaron, I have a question for you. You made very general statements, and you want, who do you want surveyed? Who do you want answers from in order, because if I was Dr. Fuchs, I have no idea what your direction you're giving me other than general terms. So, and you're entitled to your answers, but I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, I don't know. Here's what I know. I used to think we had a better pulse on things, and I no longer believe that. So I believe that we need a better pulse on. I'm saying we, I mean the board, right? I don't necessarily mean administration, I mean the board. So how we get that better pulse, I mean, that's part of my ask of them. It might be an impossible ask, and I'm sorry. But I don't know. I don't know. Let me think.
Okay.
There's as much of a process to plan to go to referendum as there is to do a master facility plan. I feel like we left that step out.
And I would echo what Mr. Carey said, that we didn't want to go through that process until we know what the board is interested in and support. So it will come.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
But
this was the first
pre-planning,
night.
not just planning, okay, this is when we're going to do it, but what the tolerance level is and
Yes,
what the.
absolutely. That's a part of that community and staff engagement, but we had to introduce the board to the concept of the plan first step. So definitely. Thank you.
Did you come up with what you were thinking?
Yeah, I just, you're talking about, this massive multi-million-dollar project, right? I would hope that community members would be like, whoa, what are they doing? And then they would like start talking to us. But we also know that we just need different avenues, I think, for that channel. And I don't know what that avenue is. So I don't really have a good answer, Brian. I just know that I need more information before I can be like, oh yeah, we should go to referendum, or we should ask for all this money.
And I think that's a fair statement. I'm not quite sure how to answer your question.
I don't either.
So I think my concern too is the stakeholders are everybody that's here, the teachers, like you said, Mr. Raleigh,
Sure.
Dr. Mom, they know what our kids need. As parents, we think we know what they need, but they know they're out there, they're seeing other
Sure.
schools and stuff like that. So to me, those are the stakeholders. But we need the community's money. So how do we engage both? It's like, that's why I said it concerns me. It's like, we want to ask the community what they want, but they're going to go, oh, I would love to see this. I mean, I would love a field house. I had a soccer player, and there was a lot of times that field wasn't the greatest for her, and there's been injuries. So I would love the fields, the track, like I said, performing arts, things like that. There's a lot of stuff. As a parent, I have my mind of what I would love to see, but as now a board member, I also know there's other priorities. So I think part of it is, it's like we need the stakeholders that are living in the school, what you guys need, what you see every day, the bus drivers, just the teachers,
You also need to get the community members that don't have kids in the school district. They are the majority of the school district. The majority of people do not have kids in the schools. And those are the people you might need to convince, we might need to convince. And we don't engage with them regularly to know their tolerance.
And
Except to see, that Illinois isn't so great with taxation and, seniors are priced out of their homes. So,
And those stakeholders that each of you have mentioned are definitely a part of the process. No doubt in my mind, we will seek that out. We'll lay some of that out for you, but we did not want to put the cart before the horse. We want the board to know what the needs are, and that's why this plan was presented. And so what I can take away from this is that we want some essential items separated from some dream items, so some prioritization, how they're interconnected, what some of our communication methods will be to engage stakeholders when it's time, and then start to prioritize and get a process that doesn't necessarily have that aggressive of a timeline. That's what I'm hearing from the board. Are there other things that I just didn't summarize that I want to make sure I capture?
I think, did you note within that, the phasing in process? Is that part of the
Yes.
essential versus the dream, the phasing in?
Yes.
Okay.
And then also focusing on the future. Thank you.
Dr. Fuchs, is this presentation going to CAC and FCAC?
So the FAC, the
Oh, that's it.
FPC, and the CAC
Yeah,
have all seen not this version, a different version,
okay,
a scaled back version. This is the board's version.
okay.
They saw that during March and April, late
Sure.
March, early April. And I would say that they did not share significant concerns. We took the feedback that they did share to the steering committee. Something to note is the steering committee had representation from a variety of stakeholders.
Okay.
And so we tried with the steering committee, without making it too large, to get appropriate feedback from those members.
Yeah, I mean, there are committees, so that, they're not decision makers, but I do like hearing their voices. I think they're a nice, kind of a focus group. They do certainly represent a smaller portion of our community. They don't represent like all of them, right? So there's that issue with it, but at least it is it's a very focused kind of discussion, so I do like that about it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I would like to lean on them even more, maybe continue to push things back down to them and see what their pulse is and what they're connected to the community. I don't know how board members feel about that, but.
And I would say they're interested in that as well. The Finance Advisory Committee in particular is interested in looking at the bond schedule and how that might impact our taxpayers. I know the Facility Planning Committee is interested in looking at the phasing and some of that work, the structure, the site, things like that. And I also know that the CAC committee is interested in hearing more about the personalized learning and how these areas of flexible learning will work with Kaneland Education.
Sure.
So I do know that those committees are interested in continuing a conversation.
Yeah, all three of the committees clearly stated at the end they'd be willing to re-meet again, more feedback, assessing next steps. They're happy to be utilized as a group.
Also, it's never too soon to start thinking about who's going to serve on a referendum committee, because you all can't do it by law. We can't do it by law.
Oh, the board
No.
members can't?
No.
I have no knowledge of how that works, so that's why I asked the question.
So it's going to have to be, somewhat, just community members that spearhead that. So you don't want to be already raring to go and then nobody steps up, so.
Thank you.
So are we good with this?
We are. We'll bring
Thank
some
you.
updates to you in June and keep moving forward and making progress. So thank you for your feedback. More importantly, thank you to John and Alyssa for your presentation tonight and for the other committee members who are in attendance. We definitely appreciate your time. I do know that they have a long ride home, so thank you very much, and we appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So there's no recommendation on that one, so we will move forward to J2, which is the back-to-school plan for 2021-2022.
Yes, as we are getting ready to assess and present tonight, there is the question, I know that at the beginning of the school year, as the Return to Learn plan in July and August was shared, it was not board approved, but it was recommended to the board, and the board gave a thumbs up and we moved forward. But then the return coming from spring break for the remainder of the year for full in-person was approved by the board. So as far as our recommendation for tonight, the board can have that conversation to determine if you just want to give a thumbs up or if you want to take action and approve the plan. That'll be part of the discussion as we move forward. And also you'll see too that as Patrick and Sarah and Chris go through the slides, that you'll see the expenditures, the proposed expenditures for the recommended plan, and we'll be able to have the conversations too if the board wants to approve up to that amount or how we want to have that conversation. So we can have that also, and that can be intertwined throughout the presentation. So if you want to forward one slide, Mr. Raleigh. This slide, I'll just share a few of the highlights on this slide. You've seen this slide a number of times. It was part of the return at the beginning of the school year and also in spring and then other updates. So a couple things on the slide. We do meet weekly with the Kane County Health Department to get the most recent and up-to-date guidance. And if you recall, the CDC shares their nationwide guidance, and then each of the individual states then meet, the Illinois Department of Public Health and the State Board of Education then meet and interpret that and then share with us what either their required information is or their guidance as far as best practices. So we'll continue to get that information and utilize that. And I think as you hear the presentation tonight, to use the term the elephant in the room, I think the elephant in the room is the guidance. So again, we're waiting for phase 5 guidance. I think a lot of January and February, we were waiting for the in-person guidance moving from 6 feet to 3 feet. And once we learned that new guidance, we were able to shift accordingly. So the plan you'll see tonight takes into consideration what the current guidance is with an eye on the future to be able to shift if and when we hear the new guidance as part of phase 5. Yes.
You've used several terms, and I just want to make sure we're clear.
Yes.
Phase 5 guidance from the governor's office through the health department does not necessarily mandate what the schools have to do. That comes through the Illinois Department of Education. It's not, the phase 5 guidance that says we can throw our masks away and go out and have a party is not necessarily the same phase 5 guidance that we're going to get as a school district, correct?
That's a great question. That's varied, because right now, the governor has set forth a lot of different changes in the bridge phase and also proposed in phase 5. But then the Illinois Department of Public Health has given us guidance to say we continue to follow phase 4 guidance right now. So we're still following the phase 4 guidance while we're in the bridge phase, but phase 5 is purportedly and recommended to look much different. So I would imagine, and what we're hoping for is that the IDPH and the state board both in conjunction clarify. Because one of the questions, or one of the things that maybe you saw last week, the State Board of Education, the state superintendent, who has given us our state board guidance, has said that all schools should be back in person 5 days a week next fall. So that is the guidance from the State Board of Education. Now, as far as the health side of it, the Illinois Department of Public Health recommends that guidance, and some of it, to answer your question, some of it is recommended and some of it's been required. Like right now, masking is still required, and then in the fall, we'll have to see if that's what the guidance still is. And again, when we say guidance, that's the general guidance that we're receiving, but some of the guidance is, again, recommended, and some is required, and that's part of what we interpret throughout.
All right, so the required part is the part that I want to focus on.
Okay.
Does that come through the health department, or does that come through the Board of Ed, or is it both and they can be conflicting?
It's both, and at times they've been somewhat conflicting, but sometimes they've been together. So that's why it's kind of the elephant in the room, because the state board just said, through Carmen Ayala, the state superintendent, that you need to be in person next year with small caveats for medical remote. So we are supposed to be in person. So that said, that's great, that gives us our guidance, but now we have to wait for what the Illinois Department of Public Health says as far as some of the health protocols, whereas the education guidance comes more from the state board.
Thank you.
Yes. A couple other things. We have a couple options that you'll see in here tonight that will lay out possible shifts if needed throughout the fall or into the winter if anything else is needed. And again, we continue to meet with other schools, other counties to look at best practices and what we can do while other districts are doing similar things and some districts are doing very different things. We've looked at what Kaneland needs and what we can do here with our district is very different than others. So we take it and individualize those requirements and guidance to what is best for Kaneland. Thank you, Patrick. The current positivity rate, this is just a couple data points as we meet weekly and we look at our internal data. Right now, the current COVID positivity rates have rated anywhere between 4.5 to 5.7 over the last month, and they've vacillated back and forth. Last Thursday, when this was sent out and shared, there were 5 positive cases in our district, which ends up being a very low percentage, and as of today, there were only 2 positive cases, staff and students. So that was only 2 out of 4,600, 4,000 students and 600 staff members, so that number is even much smaller than that. Currently, we have 98% of our students learning through in-person learning, EC through 8, full 5 days in person, and then our high school is still in our hybrid model, which will look different, as you'll see in a little bit for the fall. And then our percent of students needing full medical remote right now is at 2%, which is right about 100 students. And of those 100 students, it's almost a third, and a third for EC5, 6 through 8, and 9 through 12. So those are pretty balanced all the way at the 3 levels. Thank you, Patrick. From the survey, we will need to do an additional survey, communicate with our families again, because I know that if you'll see the 3rd bullet point, on May 19th, we sent out a informational survey to our medical families, the 100 students that are on medicals right now, asking what their preference is for next year based on our plans. And we received some feedback and some questions. So I know that some of those families will want to hear this presentation tonight to see exactly what it's going to look like in person before they can probably fill it out. So there will be another survey that we'll be communicating with our families moving forward to find out different preferences, and that way we can provide our staffing. Yes?
2 years ago, we didn't have to provide, have probably is the wrong word. There was no medical remote students, at least in the form that we see it today. Is that part of the guidance, is that we are going to be required to provide medical remote in the future? Or have you gotten that answer yet, or are you still waiting on such an answer?
The current guidance right now talks about providing remote learning for qualifying medical conditions for a student or a family member. So of the 100 students that we have right now, all of them have a medical doctor's note, and so that is the guidance moving forward. So for next year, as the state superintendent said, you need to be on-site, in-person, for in-person learning. There will be more guidance to clarify that, but our plan, as you'll see and hear more of, 2 years ago there was not remote learning, other than 5 days you could use for emergency plans, but it's not our plan to move forward next year with a remote option other than the full medical piece.
So parents won't have the option that they did this past school year, whether or not they wanted their kids remote or?
No, currently right now we don't, especially based on the state superintendent coming out from the state board saying that you need to be, so it's a mandate that wasn't received well by all districts. There are some districts that feel they need to have remote, more remote options, so there's still some conversations going on, but that mandate is for full return for in-person learning other than medical remote right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to share this information about the educator data that we collected. We collected this data back in early March and just wanted to get a flavor from our staff as to what their preferences might be, so we could get some well-rounded feedback. But in the interim, it's important to note, since this survey was given back in March, we have had several rounds of vaccinations through the Kane County Health Department for our staff. We also, as we all know, have seen vaccinations open up for students from first 16 to 18 and then now 12 to 16. Our attendance rates have significantly improved since March with a combination of all of those things occurring. And then we do have the resolution that Dr. Layden has referred to from ISB that is mandating a full return in the fall. So some of that information was timely when we took it. We wanted to make sure we shared it with you, but then also subsequently we've had a lot of significant changes in the landscape of COVID-19. So, thank you.
ISB?
Illinois State Board of Education.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Adkins. Now, over the next series of slides, Dr. Mum and Mr. Raleigh will lay out in more detail what the plans will look like at the various grade spans, and then also the proposed, or what the estimated costs will be for each of those steps.
So the slide before us talks a little bit back prior to last March when we first went to a school closure prior to the pandemic. And it also accounts for what school could look like, and I emphasize could, on what a full return would look like if some of the restrictions were eased, if some of them were removed. Just a reminder to our public of these are things that we had to account for and changes that we have made going back to our planning from last summer, but it's looking at really controlling learning environments, controlling movement throughout the building. A lot of that had to do with the need to be able to do some contact tracing should anyone test positive or be near someone that has tested positive, to be able to track where those students have been in order to make sure that students, staff members, community members, anybody that came in contact was getting the proper medical care. Things that we could start to see, and this will go a little bit into the next slide, but are easing up some of those restrictions. The two bullet points here at the bottom, though, are important to know. While you see a lot of no, we wouldn't do this or we didn't do this, two things that came out of this for a potential full return that we want to emphasize. Number one, we have learned really quickly how to use our learning management system, which is Canvas, and a lot of that allows for assignments to be posted, feedback to be provided, videos to be uploaded. So we want to continue to have that process in place for a full return, and then maintaining the use of Zoom or Google Meets, that virtual check-in for students that are missing longer periods of time. That is something that could have the potential to exist outside of a pandemic, and we've talked about are there any silver linings to our experiences over the last 15 months? And I think that for some students, we've learned ways to reach them when they cannot be fully in school for a variety of different reasons. So 2 things that we did want to know we've benefited from and we've learned a lot about, so we want to make sure that we can look for ways to embed that when it is appropriate for our students. As we talk a lot about the different guidance and areas of emphasis, these are a long list of potential impacts on learning, from a learning standpoint. So these are a lot of things that we have in place already that we've planned for and we've adapted to for this current year. And again, it speaks a lot to controlled environment. It speaks a lot to making sure that prior to coming into the building, we know that students are symptom-free, limiting the number of visitors that come in, limiting field trips. All of these practices are in place. So as we are in this transition phase, as Dr. Layden had mentioned, in the past we were at that 6-foot guidance, and then that became a 3-foot guidance. We're in this transitional bridge phase. So as we wait out through the first couple weeks of June, these are all factors that we know could come into play. I think the positive note here is that they're all currently in practice. So if there was a need to ease some of those, we have had those conversations. We have had plans in place on what that could look like. 2 things to point out here. If you look at that, the second to last bullet point, contact tracing procedures, that's something that we're really interested in keeping an eye on. Right now, even though we can come back to 3 feet, that contact tracing remains at 6. So if a student has symptomology or tests positive, we look at that 6-foot bubble. Lake County and their health department is currently in the process of piloting what that contact tracing at 3 feet could look like. There's no set recommendations, set guidance coming out of that, but that is one when we came back to a full return where we started to see some increased numbers of students that needed to go out because of that 6-foot contact tracing.
Excuse me, Mr. Rowley.
Yes.
As part of that Lake County pilot project, Kane County and Kaneland, we asked if we could be a part of that also for summer school, just so that we could see and experience it firsthand and see what our data looked like, what our close contacts would be. But the state board, not the state board, but the Illinois Department of Public Health, based on Lake County already having their plan in place and ready to go, is only going to use Lake County. So Kane County schools, even though we offered and would be willing to help, it's only going to be Lake County for that particular pilot study. Thank you, Mr. Rowley.
Thank you. And the other thing I just wanted to mention, I know we've talked a little bit about it in past meetings, there's been recommendations that have come out from the CDC. A lot of these potential impacts, we want to keep in mind that our guidance and our recommendations do come from the Illinois Department of Public Health. So while the CDC is in the headlines sometimes, we do wait until the state takes their recommendation and puts forth what the IDPH recommends for schools. That can come into play with sanitation stations, cleaning, mask wearing between fully vaccinated adults. I know that has been in the news lately, but we want to make sure that we're emphasizing our guidance will come from the Illinois Department of Public Health. So with that being said, Dr. Mumm is going to go into some detail on specifics on some options that we have, but things that we want to know or that we want the public to know, these are our projected structures for next year. Our students will be in attendance 5 days a week. The school day, the hours of operation for all 6 of our buildings would resume pre-COVID hours of operation, so a traditional school day. Lunch at all campuses, at all grade spans will be provided. And prior to this part, what Dr. Layden was saying, students that have documented qualifying medical conditions per the IDPH will be offered a full remote learning option. I know in the past we've talked about in our March meeting of coming back of the possible use of Meredith as we've sat down and brainstormed different structures, different settings, classroom sizes, physical space sizes. We are able to share our options today without the need to have to shuttle students from the high school to Meredith.
So as we started to put the presentation together in February, I think we started with about 6 options. And as we learn more and more weekly and sometimes daily, we've come back with really 2 options. Our ultimate goal is, I think Dr. Layden opened with, and Patrick, or Mr. Rowley, reiterated, is to really make sure we have all students back on campus in safe learning environments. And so that's why we have kind of brought it to truly two options that look very similar, but have distinct differences. Option one is to look at an overall 3 feet setting, when at all possible, to have a 3 feet kind of barrier around the students or space between students. This would mean in some cases when we have tables and furniture that we use that are maybe 2 3/4 or 2 1/2, option one would allow us to use those and have some instances in learning where the students are just a bit closer than 3 feet, but not as a general rule. Keeping the general rule of 3 feet, but not looking at a very strict enforcement. So if one student wanted to move into a section or to an exploratory and an elective class, they would have that possibility to do it. We'd work with the staff member of how can we rearrange the learning setting to allow that. But overall 3 feet, it wouldn't be a strict adherence to that 3 feet. Along with that, that is similar to, similar to what K-8 has now, but we enforce it strictly. So it's modeling that, but some of the sections would run as the overall 3 feet. Along with that, we would have some extra class sections in order to get to the ranges that are listed on the slide that you can see. And therefore, we would need some special education FTEs to be able to continue the co-teaching delivery service that we have. Also with this and option two, we are looking at what other supports are needed, and those support staff positions will be brought back in June, such as transition needs, social emotional learning, and so we're looking at those, but tonight's presentation is really focusing on the core FTE so that we can really get an understanding of how to run our options and begin that hiring. So option two is to take option one, but have a very strict adherence like we currently have to the 3 feet rule. And so as a student moves in, if it goes over that range of 3 feet, another FTE would be needed to split that section down. So there would be really no flexibility in allowing a class section or an elective or an exploratory to run just slightly over. It would be a very strict adherence to the 3 feet rule. Without knowing the specific guidance or information that's coming, we wanted to kind of present to the board an option of, do we want to interpret that 3 feet currently as very strict guidelines? And it would have a considerable amount more of staff that you'll see in the budget charts, or do we want to rely on option one until we have some further understanding of guidance where overall we will have 3 feet, but there might be some outliers that are less than 3 feet. The full remote, as Mr. Rowley started to talk about and Dr. Layden began as well, is for student medical conditions when they have a qualifying medical condition. Some of the changes we do want to point out to full remote, and of course it's a little bit subject to the guidance coming out as well, but we want to make sure that their schedules are closer to a full school day schedule rather than this year. There were parts in time where they were offline, then back online, or they had a shorter day. And so when we look at the full remote needs, we want to make sure that their full remote day mirrors what they would if they were in attendance. We want to open up some of the elective and exploratory classes that some did not have the ability to access this year and have the ability to problem solve. How can they still take that course or have the exploratory at the elementary, have the electives at the 6-12 level? And so it'll be still using Canvas as a learning management system, but a much more mirrored full remote experience for those that qualify for medical remote that would mirror what they do here on campus.
So as we look at both option one and option two for our EC5 levels, this chart shows you the anticipated costs and FTE to accomplish each option. When we look at option one, we're looking at approximately 9.5 FTE across the 4 elementaries. For option two, that would go up to 15.5 FTE across the 4 elementaries. We do not have a ballpark for our lunchroom monitor needs just yet because we are awaiting that guidance, and that's going to be a critical component for that lunchroom monitor piece. But as you recall from earlier this spring, when it comes to staffing, we fully expect if we do need more monitors to be able to find those within the community and provide those to our schools. So the money for the EC5 portion of both option 1 and option 2 ranges anywhere from $600,000 to $952,000, depending on which option the board would like us to pursue. We are watching a couple of different sections. We have Blackberry Creek, 4th and 5th grade, 3rd, 4th, and 5th at Stewart with limited seating. Shields, 1st and 4th, have limited seating at the option 1. I believe we have 4th grade. If we were to look at that hard 3-foot, we wouldn't have any seats available in 4th grade. McDowell, 5th grade, has very limited seats available. These numbers and these sections to watch are based on our most recent enrollments from last Thursday. I would like to take a quick moment here to thank our building secretaries for, on a weekly basis, taking a hard count of our students that are enrolling, students moving out, students moving in. And please know that we do, like we do every year, we monitor these numbers on a weekly basis. They get updated to me every Thursday morning by our building secretaries so that we can continue to bring forward any new needs or emerging needs to the board for their consideration. And we have gone through a painstaking process, again, with those building secretaries, who I want to make sure I thank very profusely, of cross-referencing all of our existing remote choice, remote medical, students that withdrew, that shared with us when they withdrew that they would be returning when the students returned 5 days a week. We're cross-referencing all that information so that we don't leave any students out of our consideration and our counts. So we are making sure we monitor that closely and make sure we're not double counting kids or under counting kids, and that we have a hard count for us as we go through this process. So.
In order to remain completely transparent in all the impacts on learning, the next slide of the additional impacts would come into play depending on what option we move forward with. In option 1, some of these would not have to necessarily take place, such as music going on a cart, but option 2 they would, because we would need to use that extra classroom that the half-day music is in order to add an additional section to make sure we're at the strict 3 feet. So you will see that we will have some schools, we tend to try to pod our grade levels together. So 3rd grades are together, 4th grades are together. And in some cases, depending on which option you choose, it'll be harder to pod them together without moving a whole hallway of staff. And so there may be some grade levels that are kind of split throughout the building. The music, as I mentioned, could be placed on a cart if we were with option 2 and would travel into the classroom for their instructional time, and that would be a half-day music section. We do host many Mid-Valley classes, both at Stewart and Blackberry, and with Stewart having some larger class sizes predicted for next year, then we would need to be moving our Mid-Valley courses down to McDowell to make sure that we had the room availability, as well as giving them the proper space and sections for students to push into. Our Mid-Valley students have their own classrooms, but they also spend time in a variety of different classrooms with their general education peers, and we want to be able to give that flexibility, and McDowell had lower class sizes when we looked at both option 1 and option 2, allowing for students to push in. At times, depending on the exploratory schedule, which would depend on how many sections we have at every grade, some common plan time may be compromised. We try to get all of our teachers their common plan time, or at least a little bit of the plan time overlapped, in order to really do some collaborative planning. And so depending on the sections, that could be compromised as well. Lunch is always something that we continue to look for the guidance on. And if 6 feet is kind of the remaining recommendation for lunch or requirement for lunch, we may need to hold lunch in the gym area like we are currently doing instead of the multi-purpose room, or a variety of the multi-purpose room and stage area. in order to accommodate kind of that 6 feet distance. Again, looking for the guidance to help us really make some of those decisions. And then you can see some other considerations of, with option 2, we would have to be a little bit more strict on how the classrooms are set up for teachers, allowing them almost a mapped out classroom map. Your desk needs to be here, bookcase here, no additional furniture or community areas. Where option 1, if there was a little bit more flexibility, we wouldn't have to be as tight on the configuration of classrooms and furniture.
So with a lot of those considerations overlapping into the 612 area, we want to talk a little bit about what FTE would be needed for the 6-8 level and then the 9-12 level. At 6-8 with the option 1, we would not need any additional teaching FTE. We would need in either option another $7,000 for Edmentum and various online licenses to make sure that we can provide programming to all of the students and those that may be at home still. We were asking for $7,000 for social and emotional intervention warehouse, some resources for us to address needs of our students. And then like we talked about before with the lunch, we are giving you some numbers here for additional monitors based on the premise that we'll need to spread out our students to additional different areas for lunch. And that can be handled through either additional monitors or through overloads to staff or a combination thereof. So, yes?
Both of these options assume that the lunch, or while you're eating, the distance remains at 6 feet? Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. If we look at option 2, we would need an additional teacher at the middle school. We would need an additional $7,000 for that materials for that section, and then the remainder of it is mostly the same. So the price difference between the two has a range of $64,000 to $80,000, and then option 2 would be $131,000 to $145,000. If we look at 9-12. This is where it gets a little more intricate, as you know from our prior discussions about program offerings, course progressions, graduation requirements. If we were to look at the 3-foot overall option, we would need approximately 6 more FTE. But I want to point out for the FTE at the high school, it's not just 6 bodies. It's going to be 0.4 of this, 0.2 of that, 0.6 of this, to total up to that 6 FTE, or for option 2, the 16.6 FTE, but it's going to be multiple part-time bodies. There might be a full-time person here or there, but it's going to be a lot of part-time assignments as well. Okay? And then, of course, we would have some overloads embedded into that, too, to make sure that all the sections work. We'd need about $5,000 for those new sections. Edmentum and other online resources, just like at the middle school level, just like we've done this year, to be able to provide programming to any students that are remote. We have the social and emotional intervention warehouse. We would anticipate needing additional monitors and security with having all of those students back, and then all the different lunch spaces, et cetera. And then depending on whether we're looking at the 3-foot overall or the strict 3 feet, we're at anywhere from $400,000 to just over $1 million in staffing. This last slide totals all 3 options for, option 1 and 2 for all 3 levels, and just puts it all into one chart for you. So option 1, we're looking at just over a total of $1 million. To do that hard 3 feet, we're looking at about $2.1 million worth of additional expenditures for teaching staff and supports for those staff. Thank you.
So with all of that information being presented currently, with where we stand in different meetings and different feedback that we've gotten, our recommendation is to move forward with option 1, which would be that 3 feet overall. In doing so, it allows us to get a jump start on seeing exactly what our sections are, the needs are, the hiring, the posting, the hiring process, and it allows us to follow what our current guidance is and what it gives us the leeway to kind of adapt to what potential guidance could be coming once the bridge phase is over. With that being said, there's the following two slides talk some contingency plans that we did want to bring to the board's attention. However, in particular with our 6-foot plan, right now, we are not anticipating a need to go to a 6-foot social distancing based on data trending through the state. However, if that comes from a state mandate, we would want the board to know that we've processed through that, and our contingency plan would look very similar to our hybrid plan now. There are some difficulties with this. Staffing mid-year, if we move forward with either a 3-foot overall or a strict 3 feet, and we get into the latter months of next year and the state mandates that there's not an adaptive pause, so schools aren't closing, but we move back to like a phase 3 type social distancing, and we were explicitly told that we have to go to 6 feet. We could not operate our buildings at full capacity at a 6-foot social distance, so we would need to revert back to our AB hybrid model with some adjustments to that. We know that from feedback from various stakeholders and various groups that there needs to be some improvement for what our application days look like. So we've started to talk through what some posting of videos would look like, what staff we would have for live office hours for students to have that connection to someone in real time as they're going through their application days. But just really want to emphasize that this would take a very unique circumstance that that the state would mandate that we would have to do. We don't anticipate that, as we've seen the numbers of 12 through 17-year-olds that have had the opportunity to get vaccinated, and the numbers coming back from that. There's talk of potentially lowering that age for vaccination. It's nothing that we anticipate having to do, but if we've learned anything from this year, we always want to make sure that we have those plans in our back pocket should we be told that we have to. What is more likely that could happen is that moving forward with a 3-foot option, a 3-foot overall or a strict 3-foot option, there could come times throughout the next year where pockets of high infection rates, high numbers arise, and we need to make more of that adaptive pause similar to what we did this year towards the end of November. The benefits to an adaptive pause versus trying to staff that hybrid plan, all of our staff members, all of our students would be experiencing that adaptive pause. So while it would be virtual learning, it would be virtual learning through the regular school hours. It would be virtual learning with the classroom teacher that I'm used to. And as soon as those thresholds go to a safe number, we would look to bring kids back on site. Again, it was very similar to what we did. I think November 18th, we went to an adaptive pause. This allows us the flexibility if those numbers arise here at Harder, that Harder could go to an adaptive pause while the rest of the district if it's safe to do so, is going through their live in-person learning. But those are two contingency plans that we do have. We didn't want to necessarily present them as an option because we believe it will take very unique circumstances to get there. But as we go through and as we learn more and more from the state, we will continue to fine-tune these, but wanted to let everyone know that we are aware of them and we are planning should that come down as a directive.
So a couple of things. As we know, phase 5 hopefully will be coming in June, and the question becomes then why are we having the conversation now and not waiting? And we wanted to really get a jump on some of the hiring practices. We know we have some open FTEs now, and we know that with either option, we will have more FTEs. And just to everyone's kind of in the hiring mind right now, and we typically start in April. And so starting at the end of May has been quite a difference compared to other years. Factual example from this weekend, we confirmed one panel for today on Saturday evening of 13. By Monday at 2 p.m., 4 of them had already gotten jobs. And they were some of the top candidates that we liked looking at their resumes. And so we know hiring is, everyone's out there and everyone's kind of bidding for the FTEs. And that was just hiring for those positions that we know based on retirements and different moves of our staff. And so wanting to present the options to the board prior to having all the answers with guidance so that we can really get on some of those hard to fill positions as needed. These talking points are things that as we do get further guidance and understand the directives given by the different stakeholders that we hear from, we will go back and look at students per bus, the lunchroom procedures, specific section size, all of those information pieces that every day when we get more clarity, we will continue to review. Some other considerations, Patrick and I have talked extensively this year, as well as the whole cabinet. We really want to limit the amount of transitions for students next year. That's always our ultimate goal, is to choose a learning structure, and our hope and intent is that we remain with that learning structure. Not only is it difficult for students, but it's difficult for staff. It's difficult on the logistics side, the social, emotional, and the academic when you have multiple learning structure changes. I feel we've done an amazing job this year trying to really lessen the transition and the impact of those, but we would obviously like to have a learning structure that carries us through the whole year. We will continue to have conversation, and we're building some information to bring in June about those transitions, especially for students that have been out of the buildings for a considerable amount of time, and how we can support the social emotional needs of students as well as our staff. And you'll be hearing more coming up in June on that. The exact sections aren't science right now because we don't know exactly the specific students that would have a medical need for full remote, so you may see some fluctuation in the exact sections. I even know in looking at the chart that Dr. Atkins referenced, from last Monday to this Monday, we had some students move out that had initially registered, and we had some moved in. So as you know, sections are always fluctuating. And then bus routes, we don't really speak much about transportation in the presentation tonight because we don't have the guidance of the caps or maximums or feet for a seating chart on the bus, and hopefully we'll get more clarification on that in the next coming weeks, if not days.
Thank you, Dr. Mumm. A couple of the other items to note as part of our consideration for the presentation tonight in the planning. As we have checked regularly with the Regional Office of Education, one of our questions was, with the 3-foot overall plan, is that something based on current guidance and based on practices that the Regional Office of Education would approve? Because we've been very wise to check with them all year, and that our Regional Office of Education states, our Superintendent Pat Del Santo said that they would approve a 3-foot overall plan with the guidance and mitigations that are also required. Yes.
State Board of Education, then it's the Regional Board of Education. Just what's the chain of command there, please?
State Board oversees the entire state. The Kane County Regional Office of Education oversees the 9 Kane County districts.
Okay.
So then when we have, when we change our schedule, when we call a snow day, when there's a staff implication, if we do a remote learning planning day, we go to the Regional Office of Education to ensure approval there first, to make sure that they would be approving it, because that would be our next step that we would look at countywide.
Thank you.
A couple other things of note there. While we wait for the guidance, as we had our conversation today with the Kane County Health Department, one of the things that they have clarified and acknowledged that at this point, until we get that final guidance, they use the term, there are several gaps in the guidance right now. One of the things as the bridge phase hits and you see plans change and you see leniencies at different places outside of the school, many staff members extrapolate that to what's going to happen at school. And at this point right now, we're still following the Illinois Department of Public Health, but there will be questions as vaccinations take place and have taken place whereas you can see during meetings, people have been vaccinated outside of schools, they can have their mask off. We don't know what that implication will look like for schools. So that's an important piece for us. Will staff that have been vaccinated at meetings not have to wear their masks? Will students that have been vaccinated not have to wear a mask? Will masks be a mandate? Will it be a requirement or a recommendation? Those are details that we're looking for, because one of the region meetings that we had, one of the representatives from the state, Jeff Aronowski, said that he does not see currently, he's from the State Board of Education who comes to our regional meetings. One of the things that he shared was he does not see the mask requirement going away anytime soon. Didn't clarify what that meant, or if that's coming in the next guidance, or what that means, whether there's a difference between vaccinated students and staff or non-vaccinated. He just shared that he didn't see it changing anytime soon. They also, I think, surprised a lot of us with the mandate that you must be in person, because if you recall from the fall, it was very different from the state superintendent when we said we were going to do a hybrid model and we weren't going to allow a remote option. At that point, it was required to offer the remote family choice. So again, as we share these plans tonight and these recommendations, we do it under the current guidance, anticipating what may come down the road based on some other previous decisions. The other thing, as a reminder, I may have shared this before, but remote learning planning days will also be a thing of the past. Any of the planning days that we would use would be used, but then the day would need to be made up at the end of the school year. So remote learning planning days will probably not be an option for next year if we needed to utilize an emergency day for something. Then also on this slide, in June, the other thing we would do is, as we look for approval for tonight, as we get our guidance, we would bring back any other information, just as we were somewhat surprised that the mandate was to be in school full in person. We don't know what any of the other guidance is going to look like. So what we wanted to do is Dr. Mumm shared, share the overall, the 3-foot overall plan to allow us to get started with hiring, and then that plan also allows us to have the flexibility if we need to move to something else due to the fact we would have some additional staff. So and then also allows us to be able to come back to the board in June if something else does come down the road or comes down as a mandate that's much different than what we're anticipating or what has been intimated thus far. Questions?
I've got an overarching one.
Yes.
All right. I think it's important that you guys gave us this presentation tonight. I think it's information that both the community and the board needed to hear. But what's the urgency for us to approve something tonight, knowing that the state board may change? What is the time critical piece of this that you're looking for approval tonight? Because plan A or B requires hiring staff, but we've hired staff in August before. So what's the driver for tonight?
Good question. The driver, Dr. Atkins, I know you were heading up, but I'll also share. You can head up there, Dr. Atkins. A lot of it is the priority of the hiring piece, because we know that regardless if there's a all-in without any restrictions at 0 feet, we're also going to need additional staff to support our students as we move forward. So the 3-foot overall plan allows us to have the staffing to be more flexible and also the timeline to do our hiring sooner rather than later. And so a few of the things to note, as we had some of the conversation, the EC5 probably won't change, because the soonest that we've heard that there would be a vaccine available for students in the EC5 age group would be late September. So even with that, we would need to start a school year with most likely masks and the 3 feet for that age group for sure. And as far as the 6 through 12, we could get those positions posted, and the sooner we can get them, especially with the niche positions, that's the bigger question at the high school piece. So the elementary, there will not, most likely won't be a vaccine yet. We could be surprised. But then the high school piece, due to the niche positions of .2s and .4s, to have the latitude to work on it sooner rather than later is advantageous for us and for Kaneland.
All right, so staffing is the driver behind this. Because
Yes.
we know guidance will change. We've been through this way too many times in the last year and a half where we think we're doing one thing and then the state changes one thing, changes it to something else.
Yes.
So I understand that you have a big picture you've been working on, you're going through it. And if you have several of your options covered, but I'd just as soon wait until we know what we got to do.
So they did give us that option. That was one of the things Dr. Layden said was, we didn't vote once, and then we did vote on the plan at the most recent time. I mean, we can choose to just do thumbs up, thumbs down without a vote. I mean, I know we're still agreeing to something, but I mean, they did give us that option they put that before us to discuss that.
Tell me, would it be for high school primarily? Because middle school, you saw there was very little staffing. Elementary, it would still be our recommendation because they won't have the vaccination. So are you talking more high school or just overall? I just want to get a clarification.
Overall, you're talking somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million of expenditures, and I hate to make you guys do all this work to just have it change again. So I understand that you've done the vast majority of the homework to understand, we're going to do something along these lines, but I don't see the need of the board approving a plan tonight that says we're doing this, or, I mean, I guess the other option is we just don't do anything tonight and wait and give them the latitude to do whatever they want, but I'm not comfortable with that. So I would be fine with waiting till next meeting and hope that the state comes out with some sort of guidance as to what the fall is going to look like that's more clear.
So just to make that a little bit more complicated, I'm the opposite of what you're saying right now. I actually am leaning more towards the option 2. I was going to ask you guys to convince me why option 2 isn't the preferred option. Because I like the idea of having even more latitude and more, so you're overstaffed for next year. In my mind, okay, so we're overstaffed. We're going to probably need it. Like, we're going to have a ton of gaps to fill and a ton of things we could use. I don't think people are going to be sitting around like, day's so easy, right? So I would love to hear why option 2 isn't the preferred.
Option 1 is preferred right now because based on the current guidance and approval from the ROE, that allows us to staff and maybe overstaff, and not overstaff, but staff comfortably to make sure that we can transition. But if something would come down that we need to bring back to the board, we could always bring that to the board and say, based on the latest findings, based on the latest guidance, we do need to come back to the board, and if we needed more approval, we could come back.
So it's flexible enough that you can move from option 1 to option 2 if you needed to because the state had put some guidance.
We would need a board approval because that would be the extra
$1
million, yes.
But it would be flexible enough that you could make that shift? Or no? Because in my mind, it's easier to go the other direction, right? It's easier to go from option 2 down to option 1, because option 2 carries more strict guidelines, right?
Mr. Rowley?
Yeah, Dr. Lowe, the tricky part with that at the high school level in particular, if we were to build our master schedule at that 3 feet overall and then need to go to that strict 3 feet, we would have to hand schedule kids from scratch once we make that decision. So that part becomes a little bit more difficult when we're looking at the 6.0 in the overall 3 feet is different than that 16.6. So if we approve and hire that 6.0 and build that schedule, those 6.0 aren't necessarily the 16.6 that we would have on, and then we would need to, it puts us later into probably mid-July to actually build that master schedule, get those schedules out to teachers, to students and families so they know what to anticipate.
Yes, I'm totally following you, and I'm still thinking I'd rather have 16.6 than 6 then, and I'd rather have just smaller class sizes or something just for next year, as opposed to.
That's kind of, I don't even know what the right terminology is. Yeah, I'd rather have smaller class sizes too, but that's not the whole point of the presentation or where the money's coming from or how we've done things in the past. You don't just randomly add that in.
Yeah, I believe the idea here is to be better prepared for next year, right? And so option 2 is over preparing. Is that a better way to say it? Like it's too much preparation. We probably don't need that much. And I'm thinking I'd rather over prepare. I mean, this year we didn't bat an eye at spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix problems that we had. So I'd rather spend it up front and see what, deal with it as it comes.
We don't even know that, well, yes, we did tell the administration and the board said, do what you need to do to make things work.
Right.
In an emergency, now we're looking forward where we have the option to make educated decisions or more educated decisions, so
See, that's
being
interesting.
overly cautious.
Are we though? I mean, 'cause I think you even said it, like, we have no idea what June or July is gonna hold. IDPH, ISB, Kane County Health Department might even have a different thing than what IDPH, there's so many people that we still have to figure out. This is the problem we had last summer.
So you just made the argument to table it and see what, a month from now, what they say.
If we're not gonna table it, I say over-prepare.
I'm in favor of tabling it myself.
I think, can you talk a little bit more, Dr. Adkins, about how waiting and tabling will strap us as far, and put us behind the 8 ball as far as hiring the staff that we need?
I think that Dr. Mumm illustrated exactly what we're dealing with contacting a number of very viable candidates on Saturday, and by today, 4 of the 13 had accepted positions. The state of Illinois does have a teacher shortage. To delay the process to acquire high-quality staff any further, I cannot underscore the importance of getting started on that. I can appreciate the conversations about some of the unknowns. At the same time, as Dr. Layden pointed out, at the elementary level specifically, due to the inoculation question, I would recommend highly that we start that process at least with the elementary level. We are going to run out of viable candidates.
To your point, Kaneland, last I saw, had 4 special ed positions posted.
We had more than 4, of which I believe we only have 3 open now.
Okay, so out of how many did you have posted for special ed?
I believe we had 6 total posted in the last several weeks.
And how many have you been able to fill?
3.
And the numbers aren't getting any better as the summer goes on, is it?
They typically do not.
Well, we have the same problem with bus drivers every year. I can make that argument too, that we might as well hire them now because we can't find them. That doesn't hold value to me as an argument as to why we should not wait on this decision.
Because you may very well get to the point where there aren't any left.
And we ran into that problem in August, and they made it work in August of last year. They found the people that, now, if you want to debate the quality of the staff, that's a whole different argument.
I think with the mandate that everybody's back in school full, all 5 days is going to tax the availability of staff even further. It would seem like it would. It won't be the same as last year when, we needed.
It may go the other way because depending on how the schools work their models, there was a lot of staff that was hired in order to fill the vacancies at the time that may not be there this coming school year. I mean, this proposal talks about adding extra people for social emotional well-being, which isn't part of, we don't know what the staffing plan is. Yes, I understand in this time of year, there's always the retirements and the new hires and the balancing act of staffing. That doesn't mean that it's going to lead to a shortage in July.
I would share, too, that in recent weeks I've met with Northern Illinois specifically about the student teaching candidate pool, a variety of things that we meet about every year to discuss. But one of the things that was noted was that the current student teaching candidate pool is a static pool based on the yearly amount of kids that we have come through our local universities. However, every single district in Illinois is having this conversation about additional staff. So the demand is far outpacing the existing supply, existing supply. You have some districts opening up their versions of personalized learning academies. We had a staff member that resigned to go to St. Charles to be part of the learning academy that they're opening there. So these things are happening in and around us in addition to the increased need of every single district due to these kinds of conversations. So I can't underscore the importance of being able to enable this administration to find very capable, highly qualified Kaneland teachers that meet our candidate profile, that can provide what our kids need. So I understand all the concerns and the challenges of not having all of the guidance yet. At the same time, we need time.
Ryan, the best way I can describe it is being out there and seeing this every day. It's like a game of musical chairs. The chairs are being taken away.
But it's a game that gets played every year.
It's worse now than we've ever, and case.
So your argument is approve this plan, option A or B, because we're worried about shortage of teachers in August.
There are plenty of districts that won't be able to staff appropriately, or going to be running 18 to 20 student caseloads.
We're not talking about special ed. So caseload, yes, that's a part of a bigger picture. But that you didn't answer the question that I asked you, which is you want to approve this plan tonight to hire additional staff because you're concerned about not being able to find staff later on versus waiting to next month's meeting to see if the state changes the guidance.
That is one of my concerns, yes.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's your opinion. I'd much rather wait until we have a better idea of what's going on because
I mean, the expectation is that other districts are going to need to add teachers, correct? Add staff? Yeah. And so that's just going to lessen the pool more so than past years. Personally, my opinion is that we back the administration's recommendation and get ahead of it before it's too late and we're scrounging for, qualified candidates.
So with the high school, what are the 6 FTEs? Because I know you guys have mentioned that other school districts are doing this, but I know like Geneva, I have a friend, her daughter was just fired because they got rid of all the teachers that they brought in because of the pandemic. She does not have a job. So there's a bunch of teachers that are now being let go, and they are first, second year teachers. They're brand new. So, so are there school districts? I mean, there might be teachers that are out there that are only 1 or 2 years out there that have, like I said, I know Geneva itself just let go a bunch of teachers because they were overstaffed. So there is that concern too, is we don't want to necessarily have staff here too, and they're only going to be here for a year or two, and then we're letting them go. And my question is, just for the high school, what is that 6 FTE? Because you mentioned some might be a 0.2, some might be a 0.4.
Mr. Raleigh or Dr. Atkins or Mrs. Maris, can you speak to, because you mentioned the 6 was not a straight 6 people, it was a variety of different spots. Can you best estimate what those 6 FTE, what would take to add up to the 6 FTE?
Yeah, and I know some of those are looking at where the guidance currently sits with music education, with physical education, the ability to do different activities at 6 feet or with masks. So we need to make sure those classes that are typically larger, we want to reduce those a little bit. The other part that plays into that is the number of medical remote students that may draw out and then force different kids to be scheduled in different, so it could be a period of Algebra 1, it could be a period of one of the sciences. We really need to run our master schedule, and we've waited on that piece, but it's going to be bits and pieces like that. But I know for a fact, looking at the larger class sizes where there are kind of those niche classes, like we said, like our choir numbers tend to be really, really high. We can't have that, so we need some additional sections to lower those down a little bit.
I can share that Mrs. Faber and Mrs. Shore have already built us an original master schedule using all the staff that we currently have and the original amount of a 1 point, I think it was like 0.3, something like that, that we had come to you in March with. They have now gone back to look to see what would our staffing needs be for both the sticking with option 1 or option 2. All of that is going to need to be done by hand at this point because the students are already entered into Tyler. So some of the concern also is the amount of time that will be needed to actually get our schedule
to our students, regardless of which section, which option we end up going with. They did spend a great deal of time on Friday, all day Friday, and the majority of today going through to determine exactly what those sections are for both of these options. I just don't have that information with me today.
So based on what I'm hearing, just in the interest of moving things along, I'm not sure that there's support to table, Ryan. Does anybody, do we want to take us, I mean, I'm just thinking, just have the discussion and maybe the questions move beyond that, unless, you know, 3 other people are going to back Ryan's suggestion to table it until the June meeting.
I guess I'm curious, by the time we hit the June meeting, are we going to have more definitive information on how to proceed?
That's a great question.
Or will we be back at this?
Yeah, there's no guarantee that we will. As we get news, we interpret it right away, we enact it, we share it with the board, and then we respond accordingly. So that's a great question, Adam. No, there's no guarantee that we'll have it by, we should have it, June 11th is when Phase 5, we moved to Phase 5 in the state based on the timeline. So typically we've had the news prior to each date. So before we hit the bridge phase, we had the chart of what the bridge phase looked like, what Phase 5 would look like. So all of that information was available. And they did share that they were hoping to get it out soon enough to impact summer school. But some summer schools start June 1st, some start July 15th, so summer school's all over the board. So if you use summer school as your reference point, that doesn't clarify because it's not a hard and fast date. So long answer to a quick question, no.
I guess my only struggle is the same thing with Aaron and Ryan, both of them. I agree with moving to at least option 1 because we want to hire the best teachers here. Our kids deserve that. And if that's what that 6 FTE is to hire science and math and those kind of teachers, we want that. But also there's that point too, well, if we need to then hire 10 more, now we're going to pick from the pool that's not maybe the greatest, you know, so it is a struggle going back and forth. We don't want to necessarily overstaff, but we want to have the best staff for our students. So the 6 is great, you know, we're doing, so that is my only hesitation is.
So are we moving on to choosing between option 1 and option 2 now? I'm just trying to move the meeting along a little bit. Or are we still considering tabling the entire decision until the June meeting?
Do we need to do a thummy thing?
I guess we'll do it officially. I'll make a motion to table it until next board meeting. The decision on this presentation until the next board meeting.
Okay. Is there a second?
There you go.
Motion dies for lack of a second. Okay.
That works.
Hold on.
Motion to adopt option 1.
Okay. Have we discussed it enough, the options?
I'm still, unfortunately, everything is even more reinforced my thinking that option 2 is a better plan to go. And I'm not trying to overstep my bounds here. I want to give you guys even more leeway and more, less hamstrings.
What if they come back and say, you know what, back to normal life? Then what do we do with $2 million bill and 10 extra staff?
Mm-hmm. And the only thing that I was worried about, I'm actually not worried about that at all, until you said those teachers will not have a job the following year.
Right.
But then I was thinking, they always are kind of in that boat. And most teachers know when they're hired on, especially if that is like kind of like a inflated role, like it's probably a temporary thing, right? And I know Dr. Atkins does an awesome job of trying to help our staff when they leave here to give good letters of recommendation and do all those things that help them out. So I kind of worked my way through that one too.
Dr. Atkins, can you share with us what you share with new staff that would be hired in these circumstances?
In terms of prospects?
It's just as far as the year that they know it going in.
Oh, sure.
What you try to do or what we try to do to help them.
One of the practices that we've maintained even prior to COVID, when we had last-minute hires due to weird section bubbles or whatever, is hire staff on what we call a one-year temp status. So they sign a contract with us knowing that it is 1 year only, that they will be released in March at the minimum staffing plan. It's our intent, if they are fitting in well and doing a good job, to rehire them in successive years if we have the need, and we typically do rehire those one-year temp staff. We signed contracts with 2 today. So, that part does happen. And I could reassure the board that for option 1 and option 2, we can look at those positions and consider those first-year temp positions. So the long-term impact to the board would be 1 year. So there are some, I don't know what the right word is. I don't know if the right word is safeguards, but as much as you can in our world, you can provide for that. Interestingly, too, just as a side note, as we look at the staff and staffing and finding those quality staff, please do know, too, that due to COVID, we have a graduating class of student teachers who may have never set foot in a classroom. Their student teaching was remote. And so there is an anticipated need on our part for mentoring and onboarding of staff who have not yet truly, been behind the wheel, if you will, because of the virtue of the remote nature of their experience. So definitely a lot of factors to juggle and balance.
So does anybody need any specific information to choose between the 2 options? Or do a few people, are there any questions you can ask that will move you? Because otherwise, we should entertain Bob's motion to.
We're talking about $1 million versus $2 million. Where's the money coming from? Are we pushing ourselves into a negative budget, deeper into a negative budget, or is there?
We've talked about that. I'll let Dr. Fuchs, if you want to answer that one.
Sure. Prior to this discussion of additional staff, we were looking at approximately a minus $500,000 projected budget. It could go up to the 1.8 million, which then would include this information. We do anticipate that we have ESSER funds coming. Those are federal dollars that we could use for this kind of purpose. We would like to avoid using it for, or all of it for staff. As I've explained before, with federal dollars, there's an additional 10% that you have to pay on any certified salary. So what we would do is probably try to find local dollars to pay for some of these positions, but then included in that money are some licenses and for software, admin, things like that. All of that is a good use of the federal dollars. We just need to make sure if it's something that is going to be recurring, that we plan for it locally so that we're prepared for future years. So yes, there will be a projected deficit budget, but depending on how much we end up using from the ESSER money, it's possible that it won't be as large of a deficit as we had originally projected, because at that time we didn't know about ESSER. So it's...
So somewhere between negative $500,000 to 2.5 million?
I would say yes, and I'll have a better idea in June, because by that time I'll have the tentative budget ready. But I need to know from tonight what we're doing so that I can keep moving forward with the planning for the tentative budget.
Let me rephrase.
So it's a push-pull on that.
So if we go with option 1, it goes from negative $500,000 to negative $1.5 million. If we go with option 2, we add another $1 million, so we're negative $2.5 million.
I would concur with that at this point.
Okay, and I'm not holding you to any, I get it.
At this point, that's what I know.
Okay.
Other clarification? Okay, so the recommendation, and I believe there's a motion on the floor, to approve the back-to-school plan along with the associated funding to cover the additional staffing needs as presented for option 1. And I will second that motion.
Go ahead.
Trish, I just wanted to clarify, though, is there anybody else that would be in favor of option 2?
We'll find out when we vote.
So, but we probably should have flipped that then. Just like we let your motion die, my motion should die then.
Okay. Okay.
So can
Are you
Bob
okay
withdraw
if we
his
send a
motion so I can make mine, so you can kill mine, and then
Do
we'll
it
go to
in
yours?
a different order.
I'll move to withdraw my motion.
Okay. So
He moved to
he moved to withdraw his original motion because there was a motion on the floor for option one.
We're getting deep.
And I would
in-
like to make a motion with all that stuff, option 2.
Is there a
Dr.
second?
Lawler.
Julianne, is Beth getting that?
We're working on it.
Okay, thank you.
Have
Is
we
there
ever
a
gone this
second to
deep
that
into
motion?
Robert's rules before?
Pardon me?
I said, have we ever gone this deep into Robert's rules before?
No.
So do I hear a second? Okay, so that motion dies for lack of a second.
So Dr.
At this
Lawler's
point, I
dies.
renew my motion that the district go ahead and prepare based on option.
And I will again second that motion. It was me. Okay, and now we're ready for a roll call.
Dr. Lawler,
Aye.
Mr. Mankowski,
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons,
Aye.
Mrs. Witt,
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mr. Carey.
Nay.
Motion carries 5-1. So move forward with that. And
Thank you. And thank you for the information presented tonight.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Okay, and now we're moving on to J3, which is the approval of staff handbooks.
Yep, annually, just as we, yep, thank you. Just as we approve student handbooks, annually, staff handbook changes come to the board. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fuchs, and you can provide the noted updates.
Thank you. There are 3 handbooks that we're going to review this evening: the Educational Support Staff Handbook, the Food Service Handbook, and the Bus Driver Handbook. The operational directors have reviewed their individual handbooks. Pages 2, 3, and 4, I believe, have the identified changes. For the sake of time, there are several of them that are the same, so I'll let you know what those are. Starting with the Educational Support Staff Handbook, if you'll recall at a previous board meeting, you approved the Educational Services Secretary to become full-time, so we've changed her from Group D to Group B to align with her full-time service. Page 11, this is just a clarification to align with current practice. We spend a lot of time helping people understand their vacation days, and so we want to try and put an example in there and make sure that it's listed correctly. Page 21, this is on all 3 of the handbooks. At the end of each handbook, we include a copy of the updated harassment policy. This policy was recently updated after we approved the handbook last year, so we have the new updated policy that will attach to the back of these handbooks. At this time, are there any questions on just the Educational Support Staff Handbook? Moving on to the Food Service Handbook. The Food Service Handbook has no significant changes. It's required by law that the Food Service Director review the handbook each year, and when she does, we need to add the review date. We've done that on the various procedures that are in that handbook. When we get inspected, they come and they look for that to make sure that those procedures have been reviewed. And then you'll see also the harassment policy. Again, same thing. Any questions on food service? Transportation handbook, we had significant changes in that handbook last year, so this year there are very few changes. We have a process for longevity. There were some concerns because we want to be sure that we're communicating when longevity is applied, and we only apply it once a year, which we have stated in here in the revised version. We've got the new salary schedule with the 3% that the board approved at the last board meeting. And then there's another clarification to align with current practice, but also acknowledging the importance of with midday bus substitutes to keep consistency for the young children for kindergarten and early childhood. So we've put some language in there so that they know what to expect if they are a midday bus substitute. Page 23 of the handbook, there's some new language in there regarding not allowing a driver to exit the school bus when there are students on it, and the conditions with which they can, and what they must do if they need to do so. And then lastly, the harassment policy.
Those are all the changes?
Yes, they are. And so similar to the student handbooks, I would ask for the board's approval upon first reading. If there are no changes, I will bring back a modified version so that you don't have all these extra copies to the June board meeting and put it in consent.
Okay. So questions?
This might seem minor, but is it only bus drivers that work under the transportation handbook? Because right now you have it labeled bus driver handbook.
It's the Kaneland bus drivers, if that's what you're trying to distinguish between.
Well,
The ones that work for Spare Wheels and First Student, are you asking about them?
No, like, do the mechanics fall under the bus driver?
No, they do not.
It's-
The mechanics fall under the Educational Support Staff Handbook,
So
the first one.
So it truly is just bus drivers that have the bus driver handbook?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Because you kept referring to it as the transportation handbook, so I was wondering if there was, I don't know, a secretary or somebody else that maybe we should change the name, but
Yep.
good enough, thank you.
Anything else? If not, I'll entertain a motion that the Board of Education approves the recommended changes to the Educational Support Staff Handbook, the Food Service Handbook, and the Bus Driver Handbook as presented on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Did you get that? It was either Bob or Aaron, I don't know.
Oh, it
Who
doesn't
was second?
Take about.
Aaron, and a roll call when you're ready.
Mr. Mankowski.
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mrs. Witt.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Cleary.
Aye.
Dr. Waller.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. So now we are moving on to the superintendent and board reports.
Yes, I have a few updates. The Kane County Health Department update, I shared that information as part of the return to school plan. So that information has been shared as far as vaccines, as far as areas that we're waiting for guidance on still. So a couple other updates. As you saw, one of our March or April presentations, the expanded summer schools programming, we've averaged, I think for the last 3 years, between 270 and 290 students typically, and I think at this year this year we're at about 500. So it is good to see that based on this school year, we have a number of our students availing themselves to summer school and that opportunity. So I'll keep you updated on that also. Tomorrow, which is Tuesday, May 25th, concludes the school year, so that will be our last day of school tomorrow. And based on some of the end of the year information or end of the year highlights, as you know, yesterday was our graduation. Thank you for coming yesterday. Thank you to Mrs. Maris. It was a great event and we were glad. I think, and Mrs. Maris, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't need to go to the microphone, but a nod, but I think that was the only day this year that our seniors have been together, because they started in a hybrid model and they were together when remotely during the 3-week period, but for the most part, other than maybe a few special events to come back and get cap and gowns or something, but as far as an academic day or a school day, Mrs. Maris, was that the first time they've been together as a class? So it was really neat to see them yesterday, be able to get together and celebrate and take pictures. Wish it would have been more of a school year, but it was good to see them together yesterday. And then today here at Harder, in lieu of promotion and then dance that they typically have to end their school year, they had kind of a presentation, an awards presentation, and then the video slide that they saw, and then did a field day outside yearbook signing day to end their day for their in lieu of a promotion. And both of those videos, the high school graduation and the 8th grade promotion slideshow, will both be in the KCN coming out on Wednesday. So if you read the KCN regularly, which I hope you do, there's great information and pictures of our awesome students and staff in there. Take some time to watch both of those slides. It's great information to see with our students. And then lastly, as you probably saw in the update that I've shared, we were contacted by the Kane County Health Department in conjunction with Maple Park and the VNA to co-advertise and market the vaccination that took place in Maple Park on Saturday. And we had 90 people that showed up to that. We don't know how many were our students, how many were community members or from somewhere else, but we do know that 90 showed up. And with the health department, we have shared with them that we are willing to either host one here, because we are a POD-approved site, and we're also willing to advertise any of that information also to our families, because we know that many of our families might read our information before they'll read something from the health department. So we did have 90. It wasn't as many as the 400 slots they had, but we'll continue to advertise and share those opportunities for our families that want to take advantage of them, especially locally, coming from the school. I know some families might be more trusting of their local school districts than maybe some areas they're not familiar with. So those are my superintendent updates.
Okay.
I'll just build on that. I believe that we might be offering a clinic on the high school site, June 8th or 9th. We haven't finalized any of the details. That's just the date that's been thrown out late this afternoon. So anyway, we're continuing to work with them as well for potential on-site clinics too.
And you said that might be at the high school?
Might be.
Okay.
That's what they're suggesting at this point, so, but it was late this afternoon
Sure.
when some of those communications took place.
Nope, thank you. We'll share
So no
that information
details
once
are
we
out
learn
yet.
more.
Yep. That's all I have. Thank you.
Reports from board members? No? Okay, topics for future agendas from board members. Anything? No? Okay, so this is the second opportunity for public comment. We do have a couple of people signed up. Same rules apply as before, and the first person is Tanya Grosinger.
Ugh. Sorry, guys. All right. So I'm Tonya Grosinger from Maple Park. You all know me by now. Just a couple things I want to point out, and I'll try to make this sweet and fast. The survey that was sent out from the CEC a couple weeks ago, I was told that when things got started with that it would be going to staff, students, families, and community members. A lot of community members aren't involved in that survey. So I'd like to know when that was going to happen and if that was going to happen. Because again, these programs that are being implemented into the schools are also coming at a cost, which comes back to the stakeholders, taxpayers, et cetera. So they deserve to have a voice in this as well. Looking at this renovation for the high school, a lot of parents and I have been kind of talking back and forth while watching all the slides and all that. We're totally in favor for renovation for the high school. It's obviously needed, it's old, it's outdated. The field house is necessary, things like that. It does not need to look like a Google, Apple corporate office, in my opinion. If you come to me in March for $89 million referendum, I'm for sure telling you no. Now, if you come to me with a referendum for necessities, like a field house, like renovating leaks, roofs, things of that nature, I'm much more likely to pass that or want that passed because those are necessities. My kids in high school do not need to be sitting in recliners with a TV screen. If they fall asleep, then what? And Adam pointed out that, when I was in high school, and when I was in high school too, I would take advantage of things like that. I would fall asleep. I took advantage of movie days all the time and fell asleep. Not proud of it now as an adult, but it happened as a high schooler. I know high schoolers now have not changed that much in the last 15 years. For $89 million, we could extend all schools to handle pandemics better. That way we don't have to close schools or go to hybrid models, because let's just say this set a precedent for future pandemics, because they're not going away anytime soon. So why don't we use the money more wisely that way versus spending it in one school? Sorry, guys. So again, I don't think the referendum is needed for that amount of money. It's definitely necessary for necessities, though. Now, when we go back to the back to school plan, I know the whole thing on masks got thrown around on whether or not vaccinated teachers, staff, or even children would be required to wear masks or not. I think my time is up, but
Chris, you can wrap it up in a couple seconds. You sure? Okay.
we kind of had the same points, I think. Masks may or may not be required, kind of like how they are now for vaccinated adults. I just want to point out, we're talking about equity here. You're going to have a huge equity problem if we allow children that are vaccinated and children who are not vaccinated to wear masks or not wear masks. That's going to be a huge problem, and one that I know many, many parents aren't going to be okay with. Especially because we can't ask. I don't know how you're going to prove if a child is vaccinated or not. That just isn't going to happen within the next 3 months. It's not going to be mandated. And so I just want to point that out, as well as I need to go back to the renovation thing, because that money is just astronomical to me. I know a couple board members made that point, but it costs on average $45 million to build a new high school, and we're looking at $90 million. That's a lot. I'd rather build 2 new schools and give the money to that than to redo all of this for that. Because you're gonna fix one thing and another thing is gonna come up. That's just how it goes. I also, like I said, I need to reiterate that we really need to find a better way to make hybrid not happen. I know you guys are working hard. I know 6 feet is difficult in our schools. But again, if we want to ask for $90 million, let's ask and let's extend schools to make it a better option. Because mobile units, something, because this hybrid is just not, it's not going to work for our kids, especially coming as a parent who has a young child. I don't know how I would make it work with 2 other young children. So just throwing it out there from my perspective. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. And if you won't hold me to it, Chris, if she didn't cover something, do you want to add something, or are you good? I'm good. Okay, thank you. Okay. So the board, we do have a closed session tonight to discuss Section 5 of the Illinois School Code 122C1. And we do anticipate that we will take action following the closed session. So once the closed session has concluded, the recording will include the action taken by the Board of Education plan for this evening. So now we need to motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and a roll call when you're ready.
Mrs. Simmons.
Aye.
Mrs. Woods.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
live stream is resuming, I assume?
Yes.
And I move that the Kaneland Board of Education authorizes a 5-day unpaid suspension retroactively to Ms. Lori Schroka for the following dates: May 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st, 2021, for violations of Board of Education Policy 5120, which is the Employee Ethics, Conduct, and Conflict of Interest policy. Oral reprimands on April 8th, 2021, and May 3rd, 2021. Violation of directives in the staff squire on April 19th, 2021, and the August 24th, 2020 notice to remedy. Is there a second?
Second.
Yep. And a roll call when you're ready.
Yeah, okay.
It should be on your minutes there.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
myself, aye. Mr. Lawler.
Aye.
Mr. Malvinsky,
Aye.
Mrs. Simmons,
Aye.
Mrs. Witt,
Aye.
motion passes.
Motion carries 6-0. I'll say that. Thanks.